Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President. Bills brought from the House of Representatives. The Finance Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2021 Bill 2022 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. In accordance with Standing Order 621B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken later in the proceedings.
Petitions, papers.
Minister of Public Administration.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honour to lay the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The response of the Personnel Department to the third report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the implementation of the recommendations of the 24th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the examination into the processing of the payment of pensions and gratuities of retired public officers and contracted employees. Thank you, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
The honour to lay the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Youth Development and National Service, the Minister of Labour, and the Minister of Finance. The report of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service of the first report of the Public Accounts Committee on the follow-up on the implementation of the recommendation made in the 25th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the audited financial statements and internal controls of the National Lotteries Control Board for the years 2008 to 2021. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service to the interim report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the response of the public authorities to the COVID-19 pandemic in Trinidad and Tobago. The ministerial response of the Minister of Labour to the second report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2020, and the second report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Cuba Tabaqui Talparo Regional Corporation for the years ended September 30, 2007 and September 30, 2008. Thank you.
Reports from committees.
Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honour to present the following report as listed on the order paper in the name of Senator Deyalsingh. The fourth report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions and Statutory Authorities, including THA, on an inquiry into the role of NEHAs as it pertains to the development of the science, technology, engineering and mathematics sector in Trinidad and Tobago, first session 2020-2021, 12th Parliament.
Questions or notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, there are 3 questions for oral response on the order paper this morning, and the government will respond to all 3. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 40 to the Honorable Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam President, and good morning to you and this honorable chamber. The question does not arise as no terms and conditions were altered, and as a result, there is no need for an investigation. And two, part 2 of the question does not apply as the answer to part 1 is in the negative.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Can I ask the Minister whether he's aware of a memorandum that was issued by the Southwest Regional Authority unilaterally altering the hours of work of personnel at that authority from 8 hours to 12 hours. Is the Minister aware of this memorandum?
If you could produce the memorandum, we will investigate it, but the question as posed, there was no unilateral decision to alter terms and conditions, which is what was asked.
Can I ask, Madam President, may I wait on you to guide me? When I say so, I'm rushing, so I'll ask you if I can ask my question. Yes. Madam President, can the Honorable Minister share with this House what was the decision that was arrived at? Was it a decision based on consensus? Was there an agreement between the parties, that is, the SWRHA and the PSA, to address working hours of personnel within that authority?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question
Exactly.
based on the answers that the Minister has already given.
Madam President, the Minister indicated that there was no unilateral decision.
No, you have 2 more questions you can ask, you can pose.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate whether at any point in time, based on discussions between parties, any attempt was made to adjust the hours of work of the personnel attached to the SWRHA?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Madam President, may I ask the Minister whether negotiations have begun between parties as it relates to the alteration of terms and conditions of employment of workers in the SWRHA?
Senator Mark, I will not allow that question based on the question that has been posed and the answers already given. Next question, Senator Mark.
Question number 41 to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much again, Madam President.
Minister of Health.
Thank you. To address the need for additional staff during the period October 2020 to December 2021, which is last month, the following categories and numbers of health workers were hired by the regional health authorities to assist during the COVID-19 pandemic. 1. Doctors, 387, made up of 342 house officers, 25 specialist medical officers, and 20 registrars. Nurses, 443, comprised of 293 RNs, registered nurses, and 150 enrolled nursing assistants. Medical laboratory technicians, 33. Hospital attendants, 98. Patient care assistants, 109. Patient escorts, 32. Customer service representatives, 23. Medical orderlies, 30. Wards maids, 42. Clerk 1, 96. And cleaners, 36. This amounts to a total of 1,329 additional workers hired in our public healthcare system, specifically to meet the demands of the COVID-19 pandemic. Further, the Ministry of Health and the regional health authorities remain cognizant of staff fatigue throughout this pandemic, as is happening around the world, and has implemented various strategies to assist staff with coping and with their mental health issues. And these include 1, staff rotation, 2, the use of an anonymous private employee assistance program or EAP, 3, the use of mental telehealth consults and one-on-one counseling with officers, and 4, sensitization sessions with frontline staff in psychological first aid and maintaining mental well-being. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can the Minister share with us, out of the 1,329 additional personnel employed in the regional health authorities, how many were employed specifically at the Southwest Regional Health Authority?
Minister.
I would not have that disaggregated figure, but these were employees mainly through North Central RHA and South RHA, which bore the brunt of the COVID response. So most of it will go to those 2 RHAs, with a smaller percentage going to Eastern RHA and Northwest RHA, but I don't have disaggregated figures.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, can the Minister indicate what is the nature of these employment arrangements? Meaning, are these workers employed on contract or are they employed on a permanent basis?
On a what basis?
Permanent basis.
Minister.
These will be contract workers.
Would the Minister share with this Honorable Senate whether these contracts are for 6 months, 3 months, 3 years, 2 years, 5 years? Can the Minister share with us the duration of these contracts, Madam President?
Minister.
They will vary in term. I don't have the exact contract per person or per category, but they were hired for the COVID response, and they will vary in term from 3 months upwards.
Is there any intention, Honorable Minister, to address the challenges faced by these workers who are employed on 3, 6, maybe a year of employment via contracts, so that they can have more certainty and stability in their employment? Can you share with us whether the government intends to regularize that arrangement?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Can the Minister therefore indicate whether he can provide us in...
Senator Mark, you asked for supplemental questions already.
Thank you, Madam.
So next question, Senator Mark.
Yeah, question number 42 to the Prime Minister.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This question is based on a false premise, and as such, the scenario hypothesized in the question is not supported by the facts. The budgetary allocation for the Integrity Commission has not been reduced by 60% as inaccurately alleged. In fact, the allocation for the Commission in fiscal 2022 is higher than the total expenditure by the Commission in fiscal 2021, and only 4% lower than the original allocation in fiscal 2021.
Senator Mark.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate what was responsible for this reduction in allocation of 4% in the arrangement with this very important institution, Madam President?
Minister.
Madam President, 4% is not a significant amount, and in any event, we have a standard practice which Senator Mark is well aware of a mid-year review, where any additional appropriations required for any department of government is resolved.
Senator Mark.
Can the Minister indicate, Madam President, whether any request has come to him thus far as it relates to an increase in allocation to the Integrity Commission so that they can carry out their independent functions?
Senator Mark, that question is not allowed.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Come better than that next time.
Government business bills, second reading.
Minister of Finance.
Madam President.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of Sums, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation, Financial Year 2021, Act 2020, and varied by the Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation, Financial Year 2021, Act 2021, be now read a second time.
Minister, I'll remind you, you have 45 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I would not be taking all of that time. The bill before us, Madam President, has been passed in the other place. The bill provides for the variation of the 2021 appropriation in the sum of $574,889,840. And this is to bring to account expenditure funded by advances from the Treasury deposits in fiscal 2021. One of the main, or let me elaborate on the main reasons for which additional funding of $574,889,840 is being proposed by way of a variation of appropriation. Firstly, under Head 03, Judiciary, an increase of $35,195,944 is being sought to retire an advance made from Treasury deposits that facilitated payment to vendors who provided security and telephone services, as well as rental or lease of office accommodation for Judiciary. Secondly, under Head 17, Personnel Department, an increase of $8,640,671 is also being sought to retire an advance, again made from Treasury deposits, that facilitated payment for the rental and lease of office accommodation for the department, and the renewal of software licenses, and to vendors who provided consultancy services and janitorial services for the Personnel Department, which is also known as the Chief Personnel Officers Department. Finally, under Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, an increase of $531,053,225 is being sought to retire again an advance from Treasury deposits that enabled the payment of grants in respect of senior citizens, public assistance, and disability grants. I would ask honorable senators to note that in accordance with Section 17(1)(b) of the Exchequer and Audit Act, Chapter 6901, advances made from Treasury deposits are recoverable within 12 months after the close of the financial year in which the advances are made. It is also a requirement that the accounts for a particular fiscal year be closed within 4 months of the expiry of the fiscal year. And therefore, the deadline date for this matter is the 31st of January, 2022. The $574,889,840 is being taken from Head 18, the Ministry of Finance. And that following a final review of the 2021 accounts by the Budget Division, savings were identified by the Ministry of Finance under various sub-items where the amounts spent or disbursed were less than the funding allocated in fiscal 2021. And may I make a point, Madam President, at this time, that the very fact that the documents laid in the Parliament in both houses during the budget exercise are defined as estimates should give an idea that the Budget Division at the beginning of a fiscal year makes its best estimate based on requests made to it based on an analysis of funding and expenditure in previous years and based on programs and projects that have been approved by Cabinet and also ongoing programs and projects. The Budgets Division makes its best estimate of what the expenditure will be under all the items and sub-items contained within the estimates of expenditure. For this reason, we have a mid-year review, which is what I referred to a little while ago, where if it is determined that a department or ministry requires additional funding and funding is not available within its overall allocation, that we come to the Parliament in the mid-year review. Quite often, we do a variation of appropriation or a supplementation of appropriation, variation being where you just move money from one head to another, from one ministry to another. You need parliamentary approval for that. Or a supplementation where it is felt that additional funding is required to increase the total appropriation for the year. And then we come to this point where we do the closing of the accounts. Now, we did not do this last year, Madam President, because there were no variations between heads. Variations can be done within a head so that a permanent secretary is authorized to do virements within items within an overall head. So let's just take the Ministry of Education, for example. The permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education is authorized to move funding from one sub-item, let us say contract officers, to another item, let us say gratuities, so that within a head there can be transfers. That does not require the approval of Parliament. What requires the approval of Parliament is when we move money from one head, in this case Head 18, Ministry of Finance, to other heads, in this case the three heads that I've mentioned: Judiciary, Personnel Department, and Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. The total increase in the head of expenditure, in the heads of expenditure that I just mentioned, the three items, is $574,889,840, and the total decrease in the Ministry of Finance is an equivalent amount of $574,889,840, which produces a nil net effect. What this means is that the appropriation for 2021, fiscal 2021, is not being adjusted at this time. So if I move on now to the specific matters, there are some issues that need to be elaborated upon. I will start first with the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. And I think it's very, very important to let members know that over the last 3 years, I've asked the Budget Division to give me the figures for the last 3 years, and this is just for information only. There has been a constant increase in the expenditure on the senior citizens' pension. And in 2021, fiscal 2021, the actual expenditure so far that we have come up with for this closing of the accounts on senior citizens grant, one of the items, one of the heads, sub-items that we are moving money to. In 2021, the government spent $4,237,063,733 on senior citizens' pension. Let me repeat that. In fiscal 2021, the Budget Division has advised me that the government spent $4,237,063,733. And the total number of recipients of senior citizens' pension in 2021 was 109,132. And when one goes back a couple of years, we'll see that that figure has gone up by 10,000 in the last 2 to 3 years. So it's a significant item, and this is why I commend the Minister of Social Development for her efforts in rooting out duplication, wastage, fraud, and unauthorized payments within this system. Because as a country, this is a staggering amount of money. $4,237 million on an unfunded pension arrangement where senior citizens do not make contributions to this pension system, but receive a pension once they attain the age of 65 and they meet the income criteria to be in receipt of a senior citizen's pension. There are few countries in the world, Madam President, that do this. I can't think of any at this point in time in our hemisphere that provides a pension of this magnitude to this amount of people in an unfunded situation. This is part of the social safety net in Trinidad and Tobago, and it needs to be emphasized. $4.237 billion in fiscal 2021 on senior citizens' pension. In addition, I am advised that with respect to social assistance, public assistance as it is also called, in 2021, the expenditure was $352 million, $352,754,469. And there were 18,430 persons on the list in terms of beneficiaries of public assistance. With respect to urgent temporary assistance, when people have problems with a fire or other natural disaster, the expenditure was $11,309,982. With respect to the disability grant, there I am seeing 22,856 persons with disabilities receiving a disability grant for a total of $622,617,199. A total of just these 3 grants, these 4 grants: senior citizens, social assistance, urgent temporary assistance, disability, $5,223,745,383. $5.2 billion spent by this government on these grants in 1 year, fiscal 2021. And what we do in the Ministry of Finance, and what I know the Minister of Social Development is doing, is constantly reviewing all of these grants to see, as I said, where there are areas of leakage because of the huge sums of money involved, and the fact that it has been established that persons who may have passed away, persons who are no longer eligible for the senior citizens pension, for example, because they are in receipt of some other income that exceeds the limit, persons who no longer qualify to be on social assistance for one reason or another and may have got a job, and so on. The Minister of Social Development is constantly reviewing these huge numbers and these huge numbers of beneficiaries. When I add up everything here, what I'm seeing, Madam President, is over 150,000 beneficiaries of just these 4 grants in fiscal 2021. And therefore, at the beginning of the year, the Budget Division does an estimate based on what it expects the expenditure to be, but despite the best efforts of the government and the minister in particular, we had to supplement the allocation in fiscal 2021, and that is the reason why we are asking for approval today to retire Treasury deposits in the sum of $531 million, which was sent to the Ministry of Social Development to deal with these social grants. There were some other issues. The movement of money from Head 18 was in a number of areas. I'm starting with the government assistance for tuition expenses, and I am advised that in that particular year, the GATE fund is a rolling fund, and therefore the fund has money in it at the beginning of every fiscal year. So what the government does in the budget exercise is it tops up the GATE fund so that in fiscal 2021, there was no requirement to spend all of the money that had been appropriated for the GATE fund because there was a balance in the fund at the beginning of the year, and that was sufficient together with the appropriations that were actually made to allow persons who access GATE in fiscal 2021 to receive assistance for their tuition expenses. With respect to the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company, I was advised that the TTMF received funding over a period of years, and in fiscal 2021, I am told, this is the information that I have received from the Budget Division, that loans totaling $463 million were disbursed by TTMF in fiscal 2021, and we continue to support TTMF in fiscal 2022. And the reason for the support is the fact that the government has a mortgage loan interest program where 2 types of interest arrangements are provided. One at 2%, which is for the lower level of mortgage loans, and one at 5% when persons cross a certain threshold in terms of the amount of money that they are seeking to borrow from the TTMF. The interest rate is 5%, but it is still lower than the bank rate in many instances. So what the government does, and what governments have done for many, 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 many years, is the government makes up the difference between the 2% and what the prevailing mortgage interest rate is. There's a cost associated with that, and this subsidy of mortgages has been facilitated by numerous governments over the last 20, 30 years. And the principle is that the government makes up the difference between the interest rate charged, let's use the 2% as an example, and what the proper bank rate would be. And that is a benefit that the numerous governments have made available to its citizens when they avail themselves, particularly of public housing, through the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company. With respect to the two items where money was available. There was a loan facility for UDCOT, and there was no requirement to make this money available in cash in 2021, and what was done instead was that the financing was refinanced, and this is part of debt management. Every year, the Ministry of Finance, particularly the Debt Management Unit, will look at loans that are maturing during the fiscal year, and decisions will be made to refinance some of them or to pay off some of them. When you pay off a loan, you have to have the cash flow in your government account at the central bank that will facilitate a utilization of cash, so that as the year progresses, the government will make decisions. Sometimes loans that were earmarked for refinancing, once the cash flow is available, the government will pay those off. Other times, when there is insufficient space within the overdraft facility, the loans will be refinanced. And this is what occurred with these two loans, the one for UDCOT and the loan for ETEC. The ETEC loan was for the development of the Vanguard Hotel. This is a loan that would have been taken out long ago. The Vanguard Hotel is now called the Magdalena, and this loan would have been taken out, maybe 20 years, 10 years before. It was a loan provided by First Citizens Bank, and the facility was refinanced by the government as part of its debt management. Similarly, the UDCOT loan was an FCB loan, and it was the repayment of a loan, previous loan, that had matured and was refinanced. So those are the four areas where funding was taken. I would also indicate that funding was also made available from an allocation for the Agricultural Development Bank, and that was because the Ministry of Finance facilitated all requests available, so all requests made to it by the Agricultural Development Bank for funding. Again, the ADB is a bank that engages in tremendous subsidy, provides loans at rates way below the market rate, and exercises tremendous forbearance in terms of dealing with borrowers. And therefore, the ADB needs to be supported financially to make up the difference between the cost of the loans that it makes to the agricultural sector, the write-off of debts and so on in the sector, and the actual prices at which these loans are made available to the agricultural sector. During the period, there was no requirement to spend all of the money made available in the budget to the ADB, and I would think that COVID-19 may have had something to do with that, or it may very well be that the ADB had improved its operations and therefore did not require reliance to that extent on the Ministry of Finance to make up the shortfall in what it charges for loans and what it receives for loans, Madam President. So that I want to confine my contribution today to these narrow areas. I am advised that this is what the standing orders require, that this debate is confined simply to the matters related to the movement of funds from the Ministry of Finance to the three areas and the purposes of the money used by these three areas and explanations for the availability of funds from the Ministry of Finance. And I think I have covered everything, and I beg to move, Madam President.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled, "An Act to Vary the Appropriation of Sums the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2021 Act 2020 and varied by the Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2021 Act 2021 be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make my contribution on the finance variation of appropriation financial year 2021 bill 2022. Madam President, we are essentially addressing the close of the accounts for 2020, 2021, and the minister has indicated that the sum of $574 million had to be located in order to deal with unforeseen, that's my word, expenditure that would have arisen during that fiscal year, leading to a situation in which they had, that is the government, had to access treasury deposits to avoid a major crisis in the areas identified, including, Madam President, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services as it relates to pensions for senior citizens, public assistance, and what the minister, disability allowance as well, and emergency relief grants, 4 items. Now, Madam President, the minister went on to indicate, and may I say, Madam President, these monies have already been spent. So this Senate is being asked to approve these expenditure because they were transferred not within subheads, which, as the minister said, does not require parliamentary approval, but it had to do with the transfer of expenditure or allocations between heads of expenditure. And therefore, it was more like a supplementation. Madam President, the minister went on to indicate, and it is in the bill that is before us, that to find the relevant monies to retire these deposits to facilitate the closure of the accounts for 2021, we had to retire these treasury deposits which were advanced in order to facilitate expenditure, increases in expenditure in the judiciary amounting to $35,195,944. The personnel department, $8,640,671, and the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, an allocation of $531 million and a couple $1,000. And that came out of the Ministry of Finance's, allocation, where the minister just provided his Honorable Senate with some information, not all, some information on where this $574 million rather, I beg your pardon, came from. Madam President, the question that I want to ask the minister from the outset: are these savings? We are being told in the Senate that as a result of savings, the Minister of Finance was able to reduce some $574 million that was initially allocated and approved by the Parliament for certain expenditure, including loans, to retire loans for UDCOT, ETEC as examples. And then, Madam President, the minister did not, for some reason, I don't know why, did not indicate to this Honorable Senate, consistent with the information that was circulated, that $15 million that was supposed to go to the Caribbean Development Bank was not disbursed to the Caribbean Development Bank. That was left out. I don't know if he left it out because of an oversight, because he had time, 45 minutes. He didn't take his entire 45 minutes. Then, Madam President, if you look at what I have before me, the document that is helping us deal with the transfers between heads of expenditure, there's another item called the Community Improvement Services Limited, or CISL, which is another almost 14.8 or 14.9 $1 million. So between these two items that the minister never mentioned, the Caribbean Development Bank and the Community Improvement Services Limited, the minister tells this Honorable Senate that the government was able to save $30 million. Madam President, is this for real or is this surreal? This, Madam President, has become a habit of this Minister of Finance to tell this country through this Senate that savings occurred. Is that true, Madam President? Has savings occurred? Or is this a suppression of expenditure that is being called savings by the Minister of Finance? What is the real story? Don't take this Senate for granted. When you are coming before the Senate, you must come with clean hands. And I'm not saying the minister's hands are dirty.
No, well, but that's exactly
Well, I want to withdraw that immediately.
Please.
I withdraw that, Madam President, because I don't want you to be on your feet today. Madam President, the minister must tell, or a suppression of expenditure. That is what he has to tell us. And he hasn't told us this. Madam President, I will demonstrate in my contribution that what we are going through every year with this government is what I call a Vike approach to economic planning and development in our country. There is no medium-term economic plan for Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President.
Point of order, 46-1, I think it is in the Senate.
Madam President, I am putting my contribution in perspective, and nobody could...
Well, first of all, Senator Mark, a member... Anyone is entitled to invoke the standing order. I think the minister has invoked standing order 46-1. I will allow you to continue, but I am, Senator Mark, taking notice of the fact that 46-1 speaks to relevance, but you just said you want to put your contribution in context. You need to do it a little faster.
I'm seeking your guidance. We are dealing with a bill second reading. And under bill second reading, Madam President, we deal with the principles and merits of a bill. I am putting my contribution in a perspective. That is all I'm doing.
So are you seeking my guidance or are you lecturing me on
No, I'm seeking your guidance, ma'am.
So let me give you the guidance then. You're quite correct about the second reading of the bill, but I just want to point out that this bill is very limited in scope. And I would ask you, please, even in dealing with the policy and whatever, you have to be relevant.
Yes. Madam President, I will be guided, I should say. So, Madam President, I'm saying that the minister has come here on another occasion to tell this Parliament these unforeseen expenditure arose because with the best estimations by his technicians, no one could have forecasted these unforeseen expenses that we are now being asked to approve after the fact. And I was just making the point, Madam President, if we had proper planning in our country and proper data gathering, we would have been able to predict this supplemental that we have here today. Madam President, I speak specifically now to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. The minister lamented and literally served notice on pensioners in this country that there's going to be a consistent and constant review because there's too much wastage, there's leakage, there may be fraud involved. But Madam President, why should a minister be guessing on these matters? If we were planning and we had the data available, Madam President, would we not know, Madam President, that the population is aging? We now have the phenomenon of aging in our country. So if the population is aging, Madam President, then you're going to have people who will be coming towards the government to access pensions. But we don't know what the data is. What we have here, Madam President, is what the minister has just indicated to us. And what did he indicate to us, Madam President? The minister indicated, Madam President, that at the end of 2021, for senior citizens' pension, we had a population in receipt of senior citizens' pension totaling 109,132 people. Citizens, rather. And Madam President, the total that we were provided is $4.237 billion. I want to ask, Madam President, when the minister is wrapping up, when the budget was passed in September, October of 2020, Madam President, for 2021, what was the number of pensioners that we had on the roll? How many people? Was it 100,000, Madam President? Was it 95,000? Was it 102,000? What we do know, from what the minister has said, is that at the end of 2021, we had 109,132 recipients of pensions. That is senior citizens' pension. Madam President, what he didn't tell us, and he didn't tell the Senate and your good self, were there additions? So at the start of the year, we had one number, and we anticipated that is the number. And at the end of the year, we had another number. We would like the minister to indicate in his winding up how many additional new recipients came on the pension payroll, Madam President, from the point of the passage of the budget in October of 2020 to the end of fiscal 2021. We need to get clarification on that. And Madam President, whether you go to the issue of social assistance, where we are told there was a sum of $352 million and some 18,000 citizens benefiting therefrom. Again, Madam President, we were not given sufficient details because the minister takes the Senate for granted. So we now have to be asking questions that the minister ought to have provided to this honorable Senate so we could have made sense of his presentation. But he did not do it. So, Madam President, when they come to senior citizens grant, I just mentioned public assistance. When you go to what is called disability grants, 22,836 individuals, Madam President, costing the people of this country $617,199 in terms of millions. 622 or $23 million to round it off. And Madam President, we talk about urgent temporary assistance. The minister just told us it was $11,309,982, but we got no figure from the minister. How many citizens access these emergency grants? The minister did not tell us. So we have now to be asking questions of the minister on these numbers. So I am saying, Madam President, this is the Senate, and the minister, when he comes here, must take the Senate seriously and provide us with detailed information. Don't come here and give us short change information, and we now have to seek clarification when the minister had time to delve into these matters, Madam President. So, Madam President, the minister is very concerned about the situation, and he should be. He should be. Because, Madam President, let's face the reality. It is not only old age pension bill that is at $4 billion and rising, with 109,000 people. Madam President, do you have the NIS pension? It's also in trouble. Madam President, you have an unfunded public service pension plan. Madam President, all these things.
Senator Mark, a point of order is being invoked.
46.1, NIS is not in this at all.
No, Senator Mark, that is stretching it. You really are to treat, the bill treats with the pensions administered by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services.
Yeah. Madam President, has the government come up with a plan to deal with this issue of aging in our country? Because this is going to have a continuous impact on the pension allocation. And the minister cannot come here every year crying crocodile tears about the amount of money being allocated. What is the policy plan that the government has to deal with this matter? How are we going to address this? We got no answers. Because again, the minister takes this whole exercise for granted. And he rises at every moment when we see clarification and greater transparency.
Senator Mark, I really have
sorry,
to...
Madam
No,
President.
let me make an interjection here. First of all, you've said it once, you've said it twice, that the minister is taking the Senate for granted. You're imputing improper motives, and anyone can rise to invoke a standing order. Okay?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I am guided. So, Madam President, what we are saying as it relates to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, there is clearly a major challenge confronting that ministry. To have the Minister of Finance scrambling literally through Treasury advances and deposits to meet a supplementation amounting to $500 million, Madam President, to avoid the senior citizens from not getting their pensions in 2021. And Madam President, all I was saying to you and this honorable House, there appears to be an absence of a structure of planning in this exercise. That is all I'm saying, Madam President. Because we have work to do. And the government must take this thing very seriously. Because this thing is not going to be reduced, Madam President. It is going to be rising continuously unless we have a definitive policy to address it. We know that the government, Madam President, did some review through the World Bank of some review of expenditure, but we have never seen that report. So we don't know what that report contains. But it's an issue, Madam President, that, as I said, we need to pay attention to. Madam President, let's go to this matter of the Caribbean development. No, I'll deal with that later. Let me just deal with personnel department. Madam President, we are told in terms of the personnel department, which is had an increased allocation of $8.6 million. And this $8.6 million was for consultancy and janitorial services provided by vendors, as well as rent, lease of office accommodation and storage. Madam President, this is the Senate. We demand transparency. We demand accountability. We would like the Minister of Finance to tell the Senate, when we speak to consultancy and janitorial services, Madam President, who are these vendors that are supplying janitorial and consultancy services? How much money, Madam President, out of this $8.6 million went towards janitorial services? How much went towards consultancy services? Who were the individual or organizations or companies or firms involved in these services or the provision of these services? Madam President, I am not aware, and I am speaking on a matter immediately after the Minister of Finance, but I don't have a clue. Who are the vendors involved in provisioning these services? Is that a secret, Madam President? Why could the Minister not reveal that when he was speaking and leave the details for his Minister of Public Administration? At least he could have told us. But we don't know. Madam President, look again. Rent, lease of office accommodation and storage. We are being asked to approve a bill. Monies have already been spent. And we don't know, Madam President, out of this $8.6 million, Madam President, how much was spent on rent and lease of office accommodation and storage. Who are the people renting these buildings and to whom? How much money, Madam President, was allocated to the owners of these properties that is being rented? Is it being rented by the state? Yes, it is being rented by the state because we are paying for it. So the state is occupying these buildings. Who are the owners of these buildings? Who are the persons benefiting from these rentals? Nobody tells us. So the Minister of Finance comes to the Parliament, presents this statement in less than the appropriated time allowed, sits down, Madam President, and I rise on your instructions to speak, and I have to be asking questions that ought to be given to us by the Minister of Finance. So, Madam President, may I ask through you to the Minister of Finance, the persons who are benefiting from rental, accommodation, and storage, are these people associated with the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago? Is this building owned by the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago? How much money is being paid, if I am asking a question, Madam President? We would like to know how much money would have been paid, if I'm right, to the Attorney General or his family as it relates to this rental of office accommodation. These are issues that we ought to be clear about. I shouldn't be speculating. Madam President, I'm a taxpayer. I pay my taxes. It might be much because I don't earn much in this country, but the limited amount that I am able to earn, I pay my taxes. So if you are taking part of my taxes, Madam President, to pay rental arrangements for someone who might be in the government, who owns a building and is renting that building to the government, Madam President, tell the Parliament. That is what we are here for. So I await the Minister of Finance clearing the air on this matter. Who are the owners of these properties that have been, and how much, Madam President? So, Madam President, that's it. Madam President, you know what was also amazing? I read in the newspaper where a contribution was made by the Minister of Public Administration. And the Minister of Public Administration is reported in that newspaper to be saying, I don't have a copy of it right now. It was in a Newsday, Madam President. I think it might have been in Saturday's Newsday. And we are reading, Madam President, that salaries that workers were supposed to enjoy, they were scrambling to pay. So in order to meet those salary commitments, they had to take monies that were allocated to pay rental fees to the owners of these buildings in order, Madam President, to pay salaries and wages of workers. When we are told, Madam President, that salaries and wages are mandatory payments, it is not discretionary. Madam President, this is a very serious matter. And I don't think any government should find itself in a situation where it is scrambling and it has to via money from rental payments in order to meet salary commitments and obligations to workers in any particular department or ministry of a government. Madam President, let me invite you to join me in the area that deals with what is called the particular areas that the minister indicated he was able to save monies. And I put savings in inverted commas. I don't see that as savings. I see the government in a crisis of cash and they don't have money. And instead of meeting their obligations that they are supposed to meet, Madam President, they simply use that money to deal with other pressing matters like pensions, Madam President, in monies towards the judiciary and money towards the personnel department. So, Madam President, join me as it relates to the Caribbean Development Bank. You are with me, Madam President? There's an allocation.
Senator Mark, are you asking me if I'm following the debate?
Yeah, Madam President, thank you very much. Madam President, if you go to this matter of contribution to the Caribbean Development Bank, we are being asked, Madam President, to take the minister's word. And what we have here is that the funding allocated for disbursement to the Caribbean Development Bank was not requested in fiscal 2021. Madam President, who did not request the disbursement? Was it the Caribbean Development Bank that did not request the disbursement? The minister didn't tell us, so we don't know, Madam President. What is the situation? Is this a Chinese parlor? Is the Caribbean Development Bank a Chinese parlor? Or is this a serious institution? And I see the Caribbean Development Bank as a very serious institution.
Senator Mark, just to show you how I'm listening intently, you have 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Madam President, I don't understand it. So clearly and so on, something is wrong. Dear, Madam President, may I go on to tell you that the monies that they allocated towards UDICA that was supposed to be paid was not paid. Monies that were allocated to ETEC was not paid in terms of retiring their loans, as the case may be. They were refinanced, according to the minister. And they were refinanced by the First Citizens Bank. If these loans were refinanced, Madam President, do we have an idea, Madam President, as to the terms and conditions of the refinancing? Was it at a higher interest rate? What are the terms and conditions? What is the duration of the loan? The minister is kicking the can down the road for somebody else to deal with. Madam President, may I advise you that the minister talk about debt management strategy. I want to inform under the stewardship of this government, Madam President, has now reached the inenviable position where the public debt just keep ballooning. So, Madam President, when the minister refinances loans, the debt is not paid. So the debt is not being reduced. So we have to continue servicing loans, maybe at a higher rate of interest. We don't have the evidence, we don't have the information. But the evidence that we have so far, and that we have estimated, is that given the state of play as it relates to our public debt, Madam President, by the end of 2022, we have estimated in the UNC that the public debt of this country would be some $139 billion. Madam President, you know what it was, Madam President? You know what? So, yeah, we are estimated at that. Madam President, in 2010, each individual in this country, debt per capita.
Senator Mark,
yes.
I have to caution you about relevance, and you have 2 more minutes.
Yeah, Madam President, I'm talking about, for instance, as we refinance loan, our debt is what we have to deal with. And I'm saying that we are estimating the debt at $139 to $40 billion, and we are saying debt per capita.
Senator Mark. Senator Mark.
46-1, the senator is ignoring you.
Yeah, Senator Mark, you have 1 minute to wrap up.
As far as we are concerned, the minister is again confessing to this country the economic mismanagement of the resources of this land, the recklessness of the policies of the government, the inability to manage and plan properly for expenditure. And Madam President, we are just going around in circles, and this country is going nowhere fast under this administration. The Minister of Finance is a monumental failure as it relates to preparing our country for what is called growth, development, sustainability, and transformation. All we have, Madam President, is a lot of old talk from the Minister of Finance and no real action. It reminds me of NATO. No action, talk only. That is what the Minister of Finance represents in this country. Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity of making my contribution.
Senator Deonarine.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the finance variation of Appropriation 1 Bill 2022. Madam President, this bill intends to close the accounts for fiscal 2021, the fiscal year that the pandemic had hit Trinidad and Tobago. Just as a reminder, in fiscal 2021, expenditure was initially budgeted at $49.6 billion and was then supplemented by a $2.41 billion during the mid-year review. So we are really here today as a matter of formality to recognize the finances that were already varied amongst 4 heads of expenditure, a total of $575 million that was reallocated from the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, the Personnel Department, and the Judiciary. Madam President, this exercise is entirely procedural in nature, but it is also an assessment on how well finances were allocated, or, want of a better word, reallocated in the midst of the unprecedented challenges that we faced due to the pandemic. So while this exercise may be procedural in nature, I see it as a very important point of reflection on how we managed our priorities during the crisis, to see how well the allocative and redistribution function of the government was performed. So it is evident, upon review of the bill and the supporting documents, it is evident that across every head of expenditure, monies had to be transferred to payments to meet salaries, cost of living allowances, gratuities, and occasionally to meet operating expenditure of several state enterprises.
Senator Deonarine, let me just caution you here. The bill, which is before us, deals with specific transfers, okay? All right? There may be some other documentation that had been circulated, which would be for the information of the senators, okay?
I am guided, Madam President. I was just mentioning that for the sake of setting context. So let me go quickly to, I just wanted to make the point that it was important that these reallocations took, as we had to put ourselves in a position where we had to sustain the livelihood of the population and keep a significant part of the labor force employed, and at the same time securing tax revenues from income tax. So, Madam President, The decrease in the allocation from the Ministry of Finance of 575 million was as a result of savings generated from unutilized allocations, according to the Minister of Finance. In some specific instances, I would beg to differ in the sense that the savings generated from the GATE fund of $80 million. What I understand from the Minister of Finance is that this fund is a rolling fund for which at the end of each financial year there is a balance, and that balance is usually transferred over to the next fiscal year. In this instance, what ended up happening was that the balance was reallocated to another head, but I beg to question if this amount would be reimbursed into the GATE fund, because I still see it as a withdrawal from the GATE fund that should be replenished. And when I looked at the draft estimates to see whether in fiscal 2022 it was reimbursed into the account, that was not so. So that is a question that I have for the Minister of Finance. The other area that I would beg to differ with respect to whether the unutilized amount was savings or not is under the amount of 25 million under the Agriculture Development Bank that was unutilized. Now, it could have been that this unutilized amount was as a result of a decrease in demand for the loan resources from farmers who sought a credit facility with the Agriculture Development Bank. But if that was the case, I would have, and that amount had to be utilized to be reallocated, I would have preferred that it had been reallocated to the Ministry of Agriculture to support our farmers who very much well sustained us during the pandemic in terms of keeping us fed. In the sense that this amount could have been made available to the farmers in the form of grants instead of paying rent. Now, let me clarify. I'm not saying that we should not have met our rental expenses. But, Madam President, since we were in crisis, we should have been in a position to negotiate with our landlords and so on to receive a moratorium. So we could have deferred that expenditure and reallocate whatever unutilized amount into more pressing areas. I honestly think that this would have been a better reallocation for the unutilized amount from the Agriculture Development Bank, especially in the spirit of supporting the economy's immediate priorities during the pandemic. So, Madam President, just like we are seeing the pandemic as an opportunity to streamline public expenditure, to revise the programs or take a second look at the programs under the Ministry of Social Development and Family Service and escalate the work by the CPO on the public service job evaluation exercises. As we recover, we need to take into consideration this hefty annual rental cost that the government is burdened with on an annual basis. We need to move towards accumulating more assets in the form of property to provide office accommodation for our officers. So, Madam President, I want to bring my attention to the job evaluation exercise. There was a reallocation to the CPO of an amount of $5 million. That is to the personnel department. And what I understand is that extensive work has already been taking place with the Chief Personnel Officer and also in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance. And at this point, I would like to take the opportunity to ask both either the Minister of Finance or the Minister of public administration. Where are we on this exercise? It has been ongoing for some time. And I am seeking some sense of what the preliminary findings of these recommendations, or conclusions of this exercise has been, is because we have been incurring an actual spend under this line of expenditure since 2012. Today, the actual spend under this line item is $46 million. This is according to the draft estimates, which records the actual expenditure as each fiscal year proceeds itself. And if you take into consideration the allocation that we have of $13 million for fiscal 2022, that's a total of $59 million allocated on this job evaluation exercise. So, Madam President, my question is, where are we? Because it seems as if since 2012, we acknowledged that we needed to build a public service aimed at improving delivery and efficiency. We recognize that there's a sizable contract workforce coexisting with significant vacancies for permanent positions on the establishment. So all I am saying is that at this point, we should have some tangible outcomes or deliverables forthcoming out of this exercise. So as I move on, Madam President, I'm keeping very much within the remit of the bill. I want to zero in on the refinancing of the two loans, one by UDCOT for $230 million and ETEC $160 million, which, according to the Minister of Finance, was an unspent allocation that became available to reallocate and meet expenditure, of course, under the Ministry of Social Development, the Personnel Department, and the Judiciary. What this refinancing essentially did is delay current expenditure until a later date, so that it practically freed up that $390 million to fulfill immediate priorities under the heads that I mentioned. But, Madam President, what raised a red flag for me was when the Minister of Finance said that the alternative to refinancing this loan, these two loans, would have been to use cash from the central bank overdraft facility, which charges, of course, an interest rate or at the repo rate, which is 3.5%. So what this is telling me is that the overdraft was essentially getting too big and too expensive. And when you look at not to delve into the details, there had to be a revision of the allocation to debt interest payment of $733 million, which is in addition to the initial allocation of $1.15 billion to paying the overdraft facility, bringing it at $1.9 billion for fiscal 2021. So essentially, Madam President, this kind of shifting and maneuvering shows the extent to which the Minister of Finance had to go to manage cash flow in fiscal 2021. What is striking is that the alternative to refinancing, apart from, was short-term lending from the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, this is an indication of how severe the cash flow problem was, how severe the cash flow problem we were in fiscal 2021. And this is after we have consecutively withdrawn from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund every quarter since March 2020. From March 2020 to June 2021.
So, Senator Deonarine, I need to caution you a little bit. The minister, in his presentation, would have said yes, actually said about the debt management with respect to these two loans, and he gave the alternative solution. You are now going off on the alternative solution and going more into that. And I'm asking you, please, this debate is not as wide a debate as that. I'm asking you, please, you have to confine yourself to the bill, okay?
Okay, Madam President, I am guided. So, Madam President, what I'm saying is, just to wrap up, to bring everything into a nutshell, without delving into the details, is that the cash flow management was severely tight and very problematic, such that it resulted in a situation where the alternative to refinancing, we had limited alternative to refinancing. And because of this limited alternative to refinancing, Madam President, it meant that the refinancing need was high at that point in time. And therefore, I beg to question. Now, I know the Minister of Finance did say that he was able to secure that those two loans refinance at an interest rate lower than 3.5%. However, I would question as to what exactly that interest rate was. And further, in mentioning his debt management, the consideration that the debt management unit takes with refinancing, I would advise that additional focus be placed on the expertise of the debt management unit in assessing refinancing risks when considering debt sustainability, and to ensure that that is done in according to internationally recognized standards and methodologies. So, Madam President, I would be short today, and the last point I want to deal with is with respect to the 531 million supplementation that went to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Now, right, so based on the breakdown that the Minister of Finance gave us, 418 million of this 531 million went towards support of the senior citizens grant. And what I want to say is that as we continue to embark on this whole public expenditure rationalization exercise, which includes a comprehensive review, an ongoing review and comprehensive review of the programs underneath the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, we need to be, at this point, and I honestly think that we're already too late. At this point, we need to be thinking about policy that addresses the high and increasing proportion of persons over the age of 65 years old. I mean, the Minister of Finance said within a short space of time, the senior citizen grant recipients went from 105,000 persons to 109,000 persons. Madam President, the fact that our economy is characterized by an aging population with 109 persons receiving retirement benefit, that is 70% of the population over 65 years. We really need to take a serious look at the age demographics of our population, coupled with the high incidence of non-communicable diseases and the potential widespread effects of COVID-19 on our labor force and our labor force participation rate. Madam President, all of these factors, when we look at them holistically, can contribute negatively in generating a productive labor force and have an output and reduce our output generating capacity. So in conclusion, Madam President, when I started my contribution, I noted that this exercise to close the accounts for fiscal 2021 was an especially important one, as it allows us to reflect on how well the crisis was managed. From my analysis, it is evident that cash flow management proved to be a very difficult exercise, despite steep increases in borrowing for budget support and withdrawals from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. The second conclusion that I arrived at is that as refinancing of loans continue to be an option for liquidity support, for freeing up cash, and to supplement cash flow management, it has to now become a significant part of the debt management strategy that abide by internationally recognized methodologies. And because of how significant of a cash flow management problem we had during this fiscal period, I too, like the International Monetary Fund, according to its conclusion from the Article 4 consultation in November 2021, would recommend that the government publish a COVID-related spending report and also prepare for a contingency plan in the event that we are hit with crisis again, or we have another triple shock or double shock. Because, Madam President, the reality is that we are still operating in a pandemic where new variants of the virus keeps emerging. So, and the final conclusion, Madam President, is that whilst we continue on our public expenditure rationalization exercise in many forms, withdrawing support to the vulnerable, when it is done, should be done very carefully to ensure that we don't undermine the potential for economic recovery. I thank you, Madam President.
Minister of Public Administration.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Madam President, once again, Senator Mark engaged in some reckless statements to the House this morning. And in circumstances where our sittings can and often are viewed by audiences across the world. With tensions rising in Eastern Europe, Madam Speaker, as we speak, Madam President, we can only hope that Senator Mark's decision to end his contribution with a loud insult to NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, will get no further than the floor of the Senate. This is just another example of the reckless irresponsibility of the UNC bench. Madam President, going straight into my contribution on this morning's bill, the Personnel Department is responsible for determining and advising on terms and conditions of employment for employees in the public service, estimated to be around 90,000 workers. The department determines through consultation and negotiations with appropriate recognized majority unions and associations the terms and conditions of service of persons in the public service. It also provides secretariat services and advice to the Salary Review Commission in respect of public officers falling under its purview, and the Human Resource Advisory Committee to treat with organizations in the state sector. The department is also required to advise on a wide range of HR issues in the public service, including matters related to industrial relations. Currently, the department is engaged in 2 job evaluation exercises, one for office holders within the purview of the Salaries Review Commission, and 2 with respect to officers within the Civil Service, Tobago House of Assembly, and the statutory authorities. The adjustments for which we are here seeking approval are in respect of the Personnel Department relate to transfers that became necessary as a result of adjustments made during the budgetary process that reduced sums requested by the department under various heads. One of the heads of expenditure which was underfunded was personnel expenditure, salaries and wages, and goods and services under which contract officers are paid. To ensure the timely payment of salaries and wages to public officers, not scrambling as Senator Mark would have indicated, The sums were transferred with the relevant approval from other allocations, namely the allocations for rental property and other contracted services. As a result of this, the CPO had discussions with the Minister of Finance to fill the various gaps in the allocations to cover the underfunded areas. Arising out of those discussions, Madam President, a warrant was issued by the Minister of Finance out of Treasury deposits to settle certain expenses, and I will give some detail on what those expenses relate to. One, in respect of rental or lease of property, the transfer amounted to $2,192,433. This was to cover the shortfall of rent arising from the original shortfall in the allocation, which was only $600,000, but also to cover the transfers made from the rental allocation to cover salaries and wages. The rental being paid by the Personnel Department is in respect of 4 buildings, one to house the operation of the Personnel Department, and 3 to house records, furniture, and fixtures pending the conduct of a Board of Surveys exercise and the digitalization of these records. Madam President, just in response to one of the things that Senator Mark would have said, why didn't the Minister of Finance provide all the details as to who we were paying rent to and so on, I will remind this Honourable House that this bill is seeking to deal with variations. We would have provided this House ad nauseum with information on the rentals, especially in respect of rentals by the CPO, provided all details over the course of the last couple of years, and nothing has changed in respect to the landlords or the locations since that time. The reason why the Minister of Finance did not go into that is that none of that has changed. The rents have remained the same since last we presented to the House on the rents. The landlords would have remained the same, and the only thing that we are seeking now is to get approval for the transfer of funds to cover rent that had been agreed and settled a long time ago and was due before the end of the last fiscal. Fees is the second item in respect of which an adjustment was made. Fees in the amount of $67,800, and this was for the renewal of software support services. The third item in respect of which an adjustment was made was under the head Other Contracted Services in the amount of $1,340,538. The bulk of this was to settle an invoice to KR Services for the review of the group health plan for monthly and daily rated employees, which commenced on June the 1st, 2021, and was scheduled to span a period of 6 months. So that exercise is almost completed. The next item of adjustment, Madam President, was for the sum of $85,988 payable to MTS for services rendered during the year 2021. All of these expenses that I would have mentioned previously fall under recurrent expenditures. In respect to the PSIP, Madam President, the one adjustment under that head was in respect of a job evaluation exercise being conducted under the CPO's department in conjunction with the CPO's, as part of the CPO's operations. I am unable to address Senator Deonarine's claim about the total expenditure of $44 million in respect of a job evaluation exercise. But what I can say to Senator Deonarine is that this particular contract and this particular job evaluation exercise was approved shortly before I joined the government in 2016 or 2017. The activity actually commenced just about a year and a half ago. The service providers, PricewaterhouseCoopers, they have been diligently conducting the services that they are required to conduct under this exercise. The exercise is progressing quite nicely. There have recently been some hiccups, mainly because of the involvement of the union and the fact that there has been some pushback. We are trying to make up for this slight slippage in time to ensure that it keeps more or less on track. So we expect to complete that exercise during the course of 2022. So, Madam President, that is the sum total of the variations that arise under the CPO's head, and they total $8,640,671. They did not arise from any variation of activity or any unexpected activity. It really had to do with seeking the Minister of Finance's, engaging with the Minister of Finance to ensure that expenses that were incurred during the year, that were anticipated to be incurred during the year and were actually incurred, we could have settled the sums owing in respect of that. I would say, Madam President, that under the leadership of the current CPO, the Personnel Department is providing good support to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and performing well, and I seek your support in the approval of these variations. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator John.
Madam President, I thank you so much for this opportunity to join this debate. For the items presented by the Honourable Minister of Finance as variations, which I too beg to disagree. Well, I mean, there are variations, but these are items which properly should have been with the initial budget presented in October of last year, and I think the previous presenter, the Minister of Public Admin, would have admitted to that these were items which were recurrent in many instances. I think the Minister owes the Senator an explanation as to why these very predictable expenses were not budgeted for in the last debate, budget debate, and in their fiscal allocations or when they were doing their projection, because there is nothing unexpected in these in the items presented before us, which total $574,889,840. It's really just moving the money around, and it's not savings. These are not savings. This is more or less cut and paste, and wherever you cut, you paste it. But I mean, the pace is very targeted pacing. And the Minister of Public Administration, Honorable Madam President, chided Senator Mark for the way he ended his presentation and summed up that it's the usual style of the UNC to be reckless. But, Madam President, I don't know what you call the cutting of gate. that is not reckless behavior on the part of the behavior of the government, when you could cut school, being able to afford going to school, the access, the only opportunity and avenue out of poverty is education. And when a government could recklessly cut that, or say they have some kind of $80,000 million in a fund, how could you have budgeted? Your budget could have fallen so far short, your estimates, that you can have 80 million remaining in a fund, Madam President. I think that requires explanation. It's not a matter of just a revolving fund. The fund goes up and it comes down. But based on your own estimate, I don't expect that a revolving fund will have 80 million, which is very significant, lying there just to be scooped out to be further allocated or reallocated for the payment of rents, amongst other things. So, Madam President, Gates, as I said, is the only way some of our young people would have access to opportunities, to education and opportunities, or even all the folks, and the government would have found it necessary in 2017 when they realigned or restated their policy, that they more or less have cut out the older folks from being able to access this facility. Madam President, you will recall that our first Prime Minister would have famously said that the future of the children resides in the book bags. But I don't know if it is that this current PNM administration are not as concerned with the future of the children, because to have just reallocated this 80,000, I think, is very troubling, because, Madam President, in 2015, when this government came into office, you had 59,000 students accessing GATE, 59,605, and they cut it progressively each year. From in July of 2017, 29,492 students, and onward 2020 was 28,534, and in 2021, 21,201 students. And this, Madam President, the source is the Social Sector Investment Program Reports, 2022 to 2016, speaking about the amount of students. And what I would have heard, it's that there are times when students are asked, as a bridge, to find loan or other source of bridging to access the tuition at our University of the West Indies. And thereafter, when they come or the means test is applied to them, they are told that, well, you don't need GATE because you have been able to find the money. And I find that to be very cruel and unusual punishment, Madam President, because to move this facility, this much needed facility, from 2015 or the end of 2015 to now, to less than half, the ability of less than half the number of students to access it. It's
Senator John.
2015 is not under discussion. Fiscal 2021, not 2015.
I will allow Senator John some leeway, because I understand that she's given just some ideas of figures. But Senator John, I'll just ask you to remember the previous rulings I've made.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the guidance. And thank you for just allowing me. So this GATE would have been cut by more than 50%, Madam President, and that is the context that I was making. But you see, the government does not like the truth, so they don't like context. They want to come and tell us, well, all right, we have a fund, it's 80 million, we scooped it out to pay the rent of our colleagues, and that's okay. That is not reckless, that is good. That is fine. So the problem the honourable ministers have is not the people in NATO, is really the man in the street outside. Madam President, with respect to the other matter I want to talk about briefly, it's the allocation, the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company under the head, I think, 04011126, where again the minister, well, he said it was savings, but it is listed here as $50 million. The funding disbursed to the TTMF company for fiscal 2021 was less than the amount allocated for the same period. So again, this was reallocated maybe there in the consolidated fund and reallocated to wherever. But this probably goes counter even to the government's own policy, where in I think a national address on the 29th of December 20, and I'm quoting 2015 again, Madam President, to put context that there was a policy where the Prime Minister said we intend to ramp up housing construction as a major driver of the economy. And nobody could disagree with that, because housing creates jobs and bring economic activity into any economy, Madam President. But what has happened here is that in taking out or not allowing the TTMF to have use of this $50 million, Madam President, it means that the 170,000 applicants or so who are existing on the Housing Development Corporation, what they call the Housing Application Fulfillment System, HAFS. It means, Madam President, this 50 million that could have been released to TTMF and would have been of great benefit to the persons listed on this database, because, Madam President, on this particular database, people earning from 0 to 2,500 a month, it numbers about 32,599, or 19% of the database. And persons earning 2,501 to 6,000 numbers
point
about...
Point of order. This is not a HTC debate, 46-1.
So, Senator John,
yes, Madam.
We can't, let me advise a little bit. You're dealing with the amount reallocated from the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Committee, Company. And you're trying now, I think what you're saying is that this money could have gone elsewhere, and now you're elaborating on the elsewhere. And what I'm saying to you is, we can't be doing that, because then we are straying from the bill, because now we're introducing other elements to the debate which are not relevant to it. Because just about everybody here in life can come and see, well, this should have gone to this, and this is needed in this particular sector. So could we please tightly manage our contributions, okay?
Yes, Madam President. And I'm trying, but sorry, and I'm not arguing with you at all, Madam President. The $50 million which was reallocated from the TTMF, or taken away from the TTMF, could have been better applied with these 2% loans, Madam President, for this 170,000 people. That is all I'm saying, and really I'm sure that there are many demands for scarce resources, but one, we as a Senate must question where this allocation goes. Not question you, Madam President, but certainly question the minister's decision to where he reallocates his funds, because basically these funds really were needed right there at the TTMF. I think that is the point I'm trying to make. These funds ought not to have been reallocated, and I'm sure the minister will have a reason why he saw it fit to not expand the TTMF's ability to meet the needs of people over 100,000 persons and maybe more who would have the need for that $50 million. And Madam President, my final point has to do with the refinancing of the loan, the $230 million loan with, from UDCOT. Madam President, the minister did indicate to the Senate that the refinancing of the ETEC loan, the $160 million, would have been with the same financing agency, but I don't think he quite said whether the $230 million was refinanced by FCB. And if the minister will be so kind to you, Madam President, to just advise whether it is under the same terms and conditions, and I think Senator Deonarine would have mentioned that, or what is the cost, I mean, except the cost of the extension of time, because the longer it takes to settle this loan, the more it will cost the country. But I also would like to just flag for the Honourable Minister that UDCOT, he has had to take the decision to refinance this loan, and the agency for which this loan is ascribed, UDCOT, they, in their own management, there are issues in the public domain, and I know he'll say that that is not, what I'm going to say is not on the before us, but certainly there are other contractual arrangements, Madam Speaker, that may be coming to this House in the midterm review, where they will have to pay for extension of time and determination
Madam
of projects.
President, point of order. The senator's statements have nothing to do with this item.
Well, may I just say that I am following what the Senator John has been saying. She's linking it. And I'm hoping that Senator John doesn't dwell too much on what she's saying, but she's making the point, and in my view, it is relevant.
I thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much. And Madam President, I am very guided because I have a lot of information on what I'm alluding to, and I'm sure the Minister also is aware. But I'm just cautioning that as much as she's deferring at this time, an existing loan for 230, one has to look ahead that we don't accrue.
Madam President, point of order. This is a 2021 situation, not a 2022 situation. If I did not make that clearly before, I'm making it now. We are talking about the closing of the accounts for fiscal 2021, which ended on September 30th, 2021. So events after that are not relevant in my respectful view. 46-1.
Senator John, if I would invite you to just finish off your point and move on to other points, if you so have.
Yes, Madam President. As a matter of fact, I was just about wrapping up because I realized the Minister is very jumpy. So, Madam President, with those few words, I thank you so much for the privilege.
Senator Seepersad. Any conversations that members would like to have, you're free to have it outside the chamber. Senator Lyder, your voice is carrying. Okay, I'll ask you please to desist. Thank you. And Minister, yours is now. Yeah. Please. Members, can I ask if you really want to have these conversations? There are some little conversations you have across the floor, no problem. But when I'm hearing everything that you're saying, it means it's a problem. Okay? Senator Seepersad.
Madam President, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the bill, Finance Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2021, Bill 2022. The bill seeks to authorize the government to decrease the financial allocation to the Ministry of Finance by $574.89 million and reallocate the amount as follows. 1. Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, $531.053 million, 92% of the allocation. The Judiciary, $35.196 million, 6% of the allocation. And 3, the Personnel Department, $8.64 million, 2% of the allocation. These are areas where there were insufficient or no allocation was provided in the budget. The funding identified for the reallocation in this bill bears heavily on the citizens who are finding great difficulty in weathering the storm and that continues to rage in the face of this COVID pandemic. The COVID statistics released daily by the Ministry of Health is staggering with no end in sight. Some international governments have decided to treat this situation as an epidemic, such as the flu, with the expectation that citizens will have to live with the virus long term. However, these countries have high, over 70% vaccinated populations. The decrease of $574.89 million in the Ministry of Finance's allocations is derived from 1. The Caribbean Development Bank contribution, $15 million not requested. Madam President, through you to the Minister of Finance, can he advise if the CDB would require the $15 million contribution at a later date? 2. reduction in the requests for loan funds from the Agricultural Development Bank, $25 million, and the TTMF, $50 million. 3, reduction in gate requests for gate funding, $80 million. 4, refinancing of $160 million ETEC and $230 million UDCOT loans. Madam President, can the Minister of Finance advise if there were additional costs in refinancing these loans and what were their costs? 5, Community Improvement Services Limited, $14.9 million, a reduction in operating expenses. Madam President, when I analyze the details, I find the major cost items comprise Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, $531.053 million. 1. Senior Citizens Pensions, $418.315 million. The number of pensioners increased by approximately 10,000 persons in the last 3 years to approximately 109,000 persons. Madam President, the senior citizens' total pensions paid in 2021 was $4.237 billion. This is an unfunded liability for an aging population. Is the Minister of Finance reviewing funding options for this increasing liability? 2. Disability grants, $13.109 million. 22,856 persons received grants in 2021. 3. Public assistance grants, $99.629 million. 18,430 persons received grants in 2021. Madam President, approximately 150,000 persons in 2021 are now accessing social financial assistance. Judiciary, $35.196 billion. 1. Security Services, $22.622 million. 2. Telephone and Internet costs, $6 million. Rental and lease costs for buildings and storage, $6.5 million. The Chief Personnel Officer's Department, $8.640 billion. 1. Rental lease costs, $2.192 million. The original allocation was used to pay salaries and wages of public servants. Software license fees, $67,800. 3. Other contracted services, $1.341 million. Janitorial services, $86,000. And job evaluation exercise for the civil service, $4.953 million. Madam President, the Honourable Minister of Finance and the country are faced with a very dynamic situation. With such a moving target, it is virtually impossible to plan adequately and achieve success. The task is even more difficult as economic factors continue to deteriorate. Stagnant economic activity in many sectors, loss of jobs and livelihoods, and declining inflows of revenue challenge the immediate economic needs of the population. The global economic difficulties, along with increasing costs of production and distribution, will only exacerbate an already grim position. And the increasing rate of inflation, together with rising prices for basic supplies, add to the burden. As I said before, the world COVID-19 pandemic is at the heart of the matter. The obligation to save lives and livelihoods is partly responsible for the need for supplemental funding identified in the bill. Can I go on? According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, January 14, 2022, natural gas prices are expected to decline in 2022 and 2023.
So, Senator Seepersad, I am now rising to ask you to remind you that this is not a general debate on the state of the economy. This is a debate that is very specific and limited in scope. So I will ask you to try and come back to the matter at hand.
Madam President, I'm guided, thank you. as I said, this will negatively impact the availability of funds in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, I just want to raise another point on the food support program, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Madam President, I raise this issue because the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services allocation in the 2022 budget is $5.433 billion, or 10% of the national budget. Further, 92%, or $5.31.053 million of the reallocated funds identified in this bill is for the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. An evaluation by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services into its food support program has revealed numerous irregularities and breaches, including favoritism in the application process, no assessment of beneficiaries, food cards allocated to ineligible persons instead of the poor and needy. While the ministry has created an investigation and compliance unit, according to the article, millions to help the needy fared gone into wrong hands in the Trinidad Guardian dated January 10, 2022, millions of dollars could have gone into the hands of people cheating the system. It is imperative the investigation be executed swiftly and all irregularities, breaches, and corrupt practices be terminated. The funds allocated for social services must go to the citizens most in need. In conclusion, Madam President, across many communities in which sizable portions of the populace had stable jobs, such activity fed into these local economies and kept life going through the multiplier effect. However, the restrictions in place to manage the rate of infections and deaths have forced many businesses to close their doors and lay off or furlough employees. Madam President, in the coming months of this fiscal year, the Ministry of Finance will undoubtedly return to seek further adjustments to the sums allocated to assist the needy and other subsets of the population. The Omicron wave is now in communities and is expected to cause havoc with the health of many citizens for an indeterminable period. The recommendation to vaccinate and operate is still in the best interest of everyone. While not foolproof, the science strongly encourages everyone to get vaccinated. The probability is quite high that the vaccine can save lives, so I encourage everyone to get fully vaccinated. Thank you, Madam President.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Madam President. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate on behalf of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services has consistently, without wavering, supported hundreds of thousands of citizens in our beloved republic who find themselves, many through no fault of their own, some because of choices they made, and others because of factors over which they had no control, were unable to adequately provide for themselves and for their families. On this side, we have made this commitment to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and we have held to this position while in government over the past 66 years, starting with our founding father, Dr. Eric Williams, and continuing today with our current Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley. So, Madam President, today we are again holding fast, deepening and keeping our promise to take care of our vulnerable and poor. The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have exacerbated the already challenging circumstances many persons face. Madam President, governments throughout the world responded to their citizens in different ways, but the common thread running through the different plans was the need to provide a cushion for those who were most affected. And we are proud of our efforts to reduce the negative impacts of the pandemic on the less fortunate, the vulnerable, and those already on the state's welfare system. The ministry received the additional sum of $40 million specifically for COVID-19 related expenditure for fiscal 2021. And these funds were needed to process additional income support grants for phase 2 of the COVID-19 relief program. A total of $17.2 million was expended for both phases 1 and 2 in fiscal 2021, with $14.2 million paid to over 50,000 applicants for income support grants for phase 1, and $3 million paid to some 1,200 persons for phase 2 income support grant. The ministry can justify the needs for the funds that were paid under this allocation, which supported thousands of families. Notwithstanding the challenges of the times, I think the people of Trinidad and Tobago can rest assured that this government provided resources and took decisions in the national interest. Not our interests, Madam President, but on behalf of all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And this we'll continue to pursue even to this very minute. I want to respond to Minister Mark's question reforecasting and projected numbers related to senior citizens' pension. The ministry requested $4.5 billion in anticipation of an 8,000 increase in senior citizens who may apply for pension. And this is based on the average of 13% of the population over 65 years of age. So the actual amount of new pensioners added was 7,935. The ministry was allocated $3.8 billion, and this, of course, resulted in an estimated shortfall of $732 million. The actual expenditures spent was $4.184 billion, making the shortfall of our senior citizens' pension $418,315,156. And this was, of course, provided by the allocation of $531,053,225 of the sums allocated via the Appropriation Bill. The ministry engaged in an exercise in August and September to interrogate the data with both the EBC and Registrar General and removed 2,876 pensioners who were deemed deceased based on the Registrar General and the EBC report. Additional funding was required to meet the needs of the vulnerable households through our three major grants, our core grants, namely public assistance, senior citizens, pension, and disability assistance grant. So the supplemental funding, which amounted to $548,533,578, was indeed needed. We expended $531,053,225. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services applauded the additional funding that was allocated, and this was to address a shortfall for the months of August and September 2021. It is in this context that we took care of our citizens who needed our help. Through this funding, we were able to feed more persons, shelter more persons, and clothe more persons. With this additional funding, Madam President, we ensured that our core grants, the senior citizens pension, the public assistance, and disability for adults and children, were paid on time, all the time, without disruption, thus contributing to the stability of thousands of lives throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, I am sure it has not been lost on the national community that the ministry received by far the largest allocation under this supplemental funding. In fact, a full 92% of this total allocation. And you will agree that the government had countless demands to which these funds could easily have been diverted, but chose instead to secure our commitment to the vulnerable within our midst. And for this, we are grateful. The funds we received were applied in the following ways. Senior citizens pension. 109,132 clients benefited. $418,315,156 was expended for the months of August and September. Public assistance. 18,851 clients benefited at a cost of $13,108,970. Disability assistance. 22,856 clients benefited at a cost of $99,629,099. Madam President, altogether, 150,839 households have been and continue to be supported financially by the government through the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, utilizing these core grants. In fact, Trinidad and Tobago has the second highest total expenditure on social protection, excluding health, in the English-speaking Caribbean, according to the World Social Protection Report 2020-22, published by the International Labour Organization, Geneva, 2021. And this report demonstrates that Trinidad and Tobago's non-contributory pension of $3,500 administered by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services is one of the highest in the world. What this means for us is that all of our citizens over 65 years can expect to receive an income once they retire and meet specific income and residential criteria. The funds allocated to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services were critical because they ensured the maintenance of a social safety net to protect vulnerable citizens. In other words, Madam President, it is the government's responsibility to take care of those who are having difficulty in the face of economic and social pressures. And this government will not turn its back on its citizens. We have done it, and we will continue to do so. This government puts people first. Madam President, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, indeed, the government of Trinidad and Tobago remains committed to ensuring that no citizen is left behind. And we understand fully that it takes cash to care. And the supplemental funding received by the ministry continues to reach those for whom it is intended, the vulnerable amongst us. We are aware that many families are enduring significant challenges at this present time with regards to COVID-19. And in this regard, our National Family Service has also extended its outreach services to families and is assisting with additional counseling, advice, referrals, advocacy, and training to those who may need it most. So when we are hearing that people are saying that we are not doing anything, it is very painful because we know that we are doing good by our people. We know that thousands upon thousands, and they know who they are, have benefited and continue to benefit from many of our initiatives. In the last fiscal year, 2021, Madam President, the ministry spent approximately $5 billion on grants for the vulnerable and needy in our society. Madam President, I give this House the assurance that the ministry remains committed to ensuring that every dollar received by the ministry is spent to make the lives of our citizens healthier, happier, and more abundant. To ensure the highest level of probity in our operations, Madam President, the ministry has embarked on the digitization of our processes, our records, and the streamlining of our service delivery to more accurately target and serve the vulnerable among us. Moreover, we continue to place focus on the removal of wastage duplication, and mismanagement within the ministry's operations, and to find instead more efficient and cost-effective ways of providing our grants and services to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, thereby freeing millions of public funds for other beneficial programs and projects that serve the national interest. And we have pledged to continuously monitor and review our operations whilst educating and sensitizing the citizens and transitioning our clients through the welfare system to more independent and prosperous lifestyles of which we can all be proud. So there is no talk about stopping the grants. All we are talking about is reviewing to ensure greater efficiency. And it is for this reason I'm in full support, Madam President, of reviewing any program to weed out any untoward activity so that the greatest number of our citizens can benefit all the time. Madam President, while reviewing, we have found that there are still dead persons on our system. There has been some human error with regards to inputting of information and so on. There is a report of ghost clients on the system. We have found that there have been some dead persons' checks being cashed. And therefore, I don't think anyone would want us to just leave this as it is. There must be a review. There must be an investigation, and this is what is taking place. And I want to repeat, at no point did the ministry or the government ever speak about stopping any grants. So there are some persons going down that road. That is not the case. We shall remain steadfast in our promise to our people to support those who need us, regardless of who they are, on which side of the political divide they stand. The additional funds that we have received were applied to persons in need of our help, those who had no or reduced income due to the COVID-19 pandemic, our senior citizens, those in need of public assistance, and adults and children with disabilities. At the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, this is our mandate. We see this as our sacred duty. I thank the executive and the staff of the ministry who, every day, diligently go out in front to help, empower, and transform the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I encourage them to maintain their commitment to the people of Trinidad and Tobago as we continue to enhance our service to the nation. I thank you.
Senator Lyder.
Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, I appreciate the opportunity, although coming very late in the batting innings and seeing how narrow this debate has been kept and not wanting to be repetitious or irrelevant in my contribution, I still want to make a small contribution here today, and I thank you very much for this opportunity to come and debate the bill which asks the Parliament to approve the variation of appropriation for fiscal year 2021, which would see us agree transfers to the tune of no less than $574,889,840. Madam President, this expense is to facilitate what I would consider to be the under-budgeting in three main heads of expenditure, namely the judiciary at $35 million for telephone security and rental of office accommodation, for the personnel department in an amount of just over $8.6 million for rental of office accommodation and renewal of software license, as well as janitorial and consultancy service. And, Madam President, under the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, a whopping $531 or more million for senior citizens' pensions and social assistance disability grants. And Madam President, when I first saw this list of expenses, I first thought that this would have been for COVID support, because I know the government typically uses the excuse of COVID when they are attempting to to take monies out of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund and to reallocate money. I thought it might have been COVID. I would have thought that the Ministry of Finance would have been justifying something here today, which was COVID-related expenses. However, Madam President, on listening to the Honourable Minister of Finance and on closer examination, I realized that this is a simple case of under-budgeting or even understating the recurrent expenditure required for a number of categories, and namely 2 categories that, in my humble opinion, cannot reasonably change so drastically. This being the senior citizens' pensions and the disability grant. The Honourable Minister of Finance, having recently come in October in 2021, come to the Senate to present the final financial appropriation bill, and now coming here a mere 3 months later to ask for us to approve this $575 million to be transferred from the prior year. This, to me, raises some flags, Madam President. It begs the question, is either the government has been under budgeting or there's been bad spend with these allocations. You see, I cannot see, Madam President, how a serious government could misallocate over $500 million, because the number of pensioners could not have miraculously increased overnight. A substantial amount of this transfer is to cover these pensions, Madam President. The minister stated that the Ministry of Finance uses, in his contribution, he stated that the Ministry of Finance uses the best estimates and info from the previous years of expenditure. So, how they fall so short, Madam President? How did they fall this short? Over $530 million in social development? How could that be? I heard Senator Mark go at length at it. I won't repeat, but I too would like to know what information is being used, what measure, what from history is being used, what data is being correlated to understand that this year there would be X amount more pensioners. Because I want to know this, because I want to know if they've taken into account an increase in pensioners this year. If there's another 50,000 pensioners that have now come due for pensions. And if we are going to come here asking for another $50, $100, $200 million in, for this financial year when we come back to the Senate next year. So what data is being used? How are they measuring this? I'm puzzled by this, Madam President. So the question is now, does this also mean that the deficit was also underestimated? Because when I look at some of the line items for transfer, as the minister had presented to us, to support this $575 million, they cannot be deemed to be savings, Madam President. I agree with Senator Mark, they cannot be deemed to be savings, but really deferrals of payment of expenses that have already been accrued, Madam President. So, in an effort to bring light to issues that arise in this bill, it is important to understand some key factors, Madam President. So we are transferring money from an existing 7 heads now to 3 new heads of expenditure. So the question I ask myself is, where is the money coming from? Well, the minister indicated that in the presentation. Why the sum of money is being taken from these heads? Well, I think after listening to all persons presenting from the government today, I am still with a question mark over my head about the reason why. We saw some clarity, but $575 million, I still can't see it. But hopefully in the minister's wrap-up, he will bog down into the details and let us know exactly why the sum of money is being taken now. And that, Madam President, given that the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago inevitably contribute to the government spending, it will also be important to understand the implications of moving these funds, as we are asked to do here today. Well, they've already moved it. So I want to know what is the implications. We cannot simply come and say that this is a narrow debate without understanding what are the implications caused when you move the money from one to another.
Senator Lyder, I just want to caution you that I am the person, I have been trying to get members to remember what is before, and I have used the words that this is a narrow debate. So I certainly hope that you are not making a reference to what I have said, okay, in my rulings.
Absolutely not, Madam President. I would never make a reference of what you have stated. I am actually referencing what the Honourable Minister of Finance stated in his final sentence when he was wrapping up his contribution. He indicated, the Honourable Minister of Finance indicated that he did not take his full time. He's keeping within the matters of the bill here, and he clearly stated that it was a narrow debate. So I am referring to the Honourable Minister of Finance when I say that, Madam President. And so, as in any business or government institution, we cannot look at financial matters in silos. As a businessman, when I budget for my companies, should it be necessary to change allocations, I must always understand several things. What am I trying to achieve by moving funds from one place to another? How much am I going to take from areas of my company budgeted to support either a new or an existing initiative? And what are the implications or effects of the area I am taking these funds from? Madam President, I heard the Minister of Finance, I repeat it again, I heard the Minister of Finance in his opening statement, and I was intending to clarify it to you, Madam President, and you were ahead of me, so thank you for your guidance. But I was, I heard the Minister of Finance conclude that this was a narrow debate and that he was keeping his contribution narrow. But one cannot apply tunnel vision and consider only the money taken without considering the effects of moving these monies. Madam President, as such, and I am being asked today to lend my vote to approve funds moving from one head to another head in the tune of $575 million. That's no paltry sum, Madam President. That's a significant amount of money that I am being asked here today to vote. So I must take into account when I move this $575 million that is not savings, I must understand what would be the implications, and I think the Senate must understand what will be the implications of moving these funds. As such, I would now like to take this opportunity, Madam President, to circumscribe myself to a few heads of the expenditure in this bill that this money is being taken from, and the potential impact that moving these monies will have on the government's ability to deliver on the promises and the mandates made to specific industry stakeholders, as well as the impact it will inevitably inflict on the tax-paying citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. It was interesting, Madam President. I was listening to Senator Deonarine, and I have to agree with Senator Deonarine when she had indicated that the $25 million that is now being transferred from the ADB, from the Ministry of Agriculture, should have been transferred internally in this Ministry of Agriculture to deal with the major issues such as perennial larceny and diversification of the agriculture industry. I agree with her. And in fact, even the Minister of Finance is on record here in the Senate stating that one can, within ministries, one can move money or transfer money from one area within a ministry to another without having to seek the approval of the Parliament. And that simply the permanent secretary could have moved money from one place to another without us coming to the Parliament to approve that. So I have to agree with Senator Deonarine on that point. There is when we see every year the Ministry of Agriculture having their budgets cut, I would have thought that the Minister of Agriculture, who has not been in the chamber here for most of this debate, Madam President, and I could only assume that he may be very depressed and upset to hear about this $25 million being moved from his ministry. I can only assume. I'm just assuming. I hope he's not depressed about it.
Point of order, 46-4.
Yeah. Just an assumption, Madam President.
No. Point of order, 46-4.
Senator Lyder. Please just move on.
Yes, thank you, Madam.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So if you would allow me, Madam President, now just a moment of a preamble now to sort of set the context that would kind of assist me to show the relevance of what I'm about to say here. I heard the Minister of Agriculture in his presentation state that there was that the $25 million was a savings. He said it was a savings because the ADB had no requirement for this allocation. He even went on, Madam President, to make some assumptions. He assumed that, and he put it on Hansard, that maybe the COVID-19 had something to do with it. He said that also, well, maybe there was an improved process in the ADB, seeing that for years the ADB has had to be subsidized, so maybe the processes have been improved in ADB, lending to the possibility that there was no need for a subsidy of the $25 million this year. Those are the two assumptions he made. And I will address them directly, Madam President, because it cannot be rational to assume that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was no requirement. In fact, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was every much the requirement of farmers to want access to $25 million. We have seen what is happening now with forex issues and supply chain issues in importing food items into this country. And as a result of that, there is a higher demand now for locally produced products in this country. There's a higher demand. So if there's going to be a higher demand, and I'm addressing the Minister directly on his assumption.
So Senator Lyder,
Yes.
at this stage I have to caution you, you are now, you're now not being relevant to the matter at hand, and I will ask you to desist and to move on to another
Thank
point,
you, Madam
please.
President. Okay, so just for your guidance, Madam President, I just was responding to the Minister. Your guidance.
Senator Lyder,
Yes.
I thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for giving me guidance, but I am paying very close attention to what each speaker has been saying. Thank you very much.
Madam President, I'm asking you for your guidance, not I'm giving you guidance, respectfully. I'm asking you for your guidance. The Minister stated something in his debate, and I'm responding to what he stated.
Senator Lyder, I gave you an opportunity. In fact, I gave you some leeway.
Okay.
And I'm asking you now, having given you that leeway, to please move on to another point.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, so in the response to, and so coming back to the statement that there was no requirement by the ADB for this $25 million, Madam President, I found this very curious. And in trying to agree with the Minister and vote in favor of moving this $25 million, I took the liberty to look at the history of this allocation to the ADB. And the fact that, because I found it curious that they would not require this money. When we look at the term of the People's Partnership Government under the UNC, over $256 million was disbursed to the ADB then, at that time. And now I come to the current administration, and I look at this $25 million that comes on the budget and reoccurs every year, and I see that only in 2016 and in 2018 was this $25 million actually allocated to the ADB. And despite an allocation every year of $25 million, and in this case in 2021, coming now to this particular matter, which we are now debating here today, there was an estimate of $50 million, not 25. The original amount was $50 million. And then this was revised down to $25 million, Madam President. And from the proceedings now today of this bill, we know now that this money has been transferred out to cover this $575 million transfer, which leaves zero as the actual funding of the ADB in financial year 2021, Madam President. So after hearing that the Minister indicated that there was a savings, it begs the question what this money would have been needed for by the ADB and what would now be the implications of this money being moved. You see, Madam President, the Minister of Finance is on record stating that the money was not requested by the ADB, which to me suggests that, that less farmers qualified or required these loans. That's what it suggests to me. Madam President, I took the time to consult with a number of farmers about this 25 million that would have been allocated for loans. And one of the main grievances that these farmers reported was the issues in qualifying for these loans, these needed loans, to getting access to this 25 million being transferred out today.
Point of order, please. 46-1.
For what?
Senator Lyder, I actually have to uphold what the minister is invoking, because you really are straying from the bill now. And I will ask you, please, to make another point and make a point that is relevant to the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam President. So I will close this point on the ADB and agriculture by clearly stating that this $25 million should not have been moved and transferred to these other three heads, because this $25 million should have been available and readily accessible to farmers who would have better qualified if they had land tenure, or if the percentage interest rates and other barriers to borrowing from the ADB allowed for easier access. And I'm going to close that point, Madam President, because the farmers now would tell you that they want that 25 million back.
Senator Lyder,
they want it back.
Senator Lyder, please, if you have no more points to make, I'm going to have to ask you to end your contribution. If you
No, Madam President, I move on. Yes, yes. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I will move on given the narrowness of the debate. So I turn to another significant transfer being from E-Tech. I see the Honourable Minister of Trade is here with us, and always happy to hear about E-Tech. And when we look at this $160 million from E-Tech, in June 2021, the government has agreed to refinance E-Tech $160 million loan, which would have matured in September the 14th, 2021. And the Minister of Finance indicated here that the E-Tech $160 million was to meet the funding for the Vanguard Hotel, now the Magnalilla Hotel in Tobago. I took the time to investigate the details further on this E-Tech loan and the government's refinancing of it to be able to facilitate this transfer that is being, that we are being asked to approve here today, Madam President. And when I examined the Auditor General statement in Volume 1, Accounts of Treasury 2020, I noted, Madam President, on page 71, that the E-Tech loan is listed as the following. I noted, and I think the Minister also indicated the lending agency. So I noted that E-Tech would have taken this loan, the lending agency, as recorded for financial year September 2020, was First Citizens Bank Limited. He stated that. A commercial bank that is a majority owned by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. But I went further, Madam President, and noted that the loan amount obligated to be paid by the government was to the tune of $160 million, so the exact amount that's being transferred across. And I further looked to determine what are the terms and the conditions of the loan to understand the true cost to the taxpayers when you now defer this loan and refinance, which is going to affect the taxpayers, Madam President. It's an implication. And lo and behold, Madam President, the data, there was no data entered by the Auditor General statement. We don't know the rate of interest. We don't know how much was repaid on the loan to date. And we don't know the present debt to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, unless, of course, we take what the Honourable Minister says on face value. And, Madam President, so surely the government could have done the decent thing and furnished members of the Senate with the details of this loan, as well as also I heard Senator John speak of the UDCOT loan for $233 million, where the same information has not been printed in the Auditor General's report. This information is important, Madam President, as it will help us to understand what will be the new cost to the taxpayers as this loan has already been refinanced. Which on its own, Madam President, and I tell you, when I heard the Minister say that it was refinanced, it raises red flags, as we are not furnished with the new terms and conditions of this refinancing of the loan. Madam President, even simple knowledge of who is the financial agency that would refinance this. He indicated it was First Citizens who financed it. Sorry, the Honorable Minister of Finance stated it was First Citizens that financed it. But then the Honorable Minister indicated that they had refinanced it. But what he failed to do is indicate whether it was being refinanced by the same First Citizens Bank, or is it being refinanced by some other agency, some other lending agency that may cause some people to have to recuse themselves due to conflicts of interest. I'm just asking, who is the lending agency that these two loans are being refinanced with? I sincerely hope it is First Citizens, as it's a government-owned bank. And the government should reap the rewards of the new interest payments that will now come available and that the taxpayers will have to inevitably pay. It cannot be right for these very critical details to be veiled in secrecy like this, Madam President. Especially when we are talking about a significant amount of finances at stake here, which in the end could potentially leave taxpayers of this country at risk of exposure. You see, if the government is going to take this 160 million, I ask myself the question, again, just like what Senator Deonarine had stated about internal transfers, would this $160 million not have been better used to facilitate the shortfalls as it pertains to maintenance, repairs, and securities of the over 20 e-tech parks that have fallen into disrepair? I'll move on. I'm not going to elaborate much on that. But I close this point on e-tech by making reference to the statement made by the minister that I disagree that the loan payment refinancing will not impact on our debt levels. I heard him state that in another place, Madam President, for the record. This is because the minister himself stated on a Monday in another place that the financial deficit for 2021 was $13 billion. This year, the financial 2022, the deficit is set at $9.1 billion based on the budget statement made by the Minister of Finance. By deferring these loan payments, Madam President, they are piling up debt which will be added to the expected increase in debt in the current fiscal period. So that is why I say to you, Madam President, we have to understand the implications caused by these actions here today. The government is in Parliament here today, indicated that they have decided to refinance a UDCOT loan of $230 million, which was due for payment in September 2021. So they would have had to repay this loan in financial year 2021, which, when considered along with the $160 million e-tech loan, raises the issue of our debt burden. Madam President.
Senator Lyder, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam.
May I just point out to you that you are now starting to repeat what others have said, but even what you yourself have said. So I will ask you in the last 5 minutes, please, as you wrap up, to try not to do that.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So, Madam President, I will just kind of end the part on the debt by saying that when we defer these loans, Madam President, both of these loans, the expenses go over into the following year, which, given the interest charges and other potential expenses associated with servicing this size of loan, nobody mentioned that. Servicing this size of loan, Madam President, the population has to end up paying, and the population is not aware of what that cost will be to the taxpayers because of this. Madam President, net public debt by last check stood at $122.19 billion. I heard Senator Mark make an estimate. So I'm saying what is actually down in our last check at $122 billion up to December 2020. And we have no information from the Central Bank Data Center for debt levels over the past 12 months. So I ask myself the question, Madam President, is the government also hiding the debt levels as they are hiding the unemployment data? Is that what's happening? When you turn to the estimates of expenditure, you see how the $390 million debt refinancing of UDCOT and e-tech adds up. And you see it, as I heard my political leader, Colm Imbert, say this week in a conference, that our charges on account of public debt are already in the tens of billions of dollar mark. That is the interest, the charges piling up when you defer these loans, Madam President. Madam President, when I look at comments made on, let me see, how much time do I have left, Madam President? If you can furnish me with that.
You have exactly 3 minutes.
3 minutes, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, when I look at the comments made regarding gate funding being slashed by 80 million to be transferred to cover this 575 million, and especially in a pandemic when families would need it most, this again brings to mind an issue that my honorable political leader, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, raised this week regarding foreign direct investors requiring skilled and trade labor, Madam President. So you take away, and I'm closing this point by saying, you take this money away, you restrict our locals from getting a free education. We have a brain drain in Trinidad and Tobago now with persons leaving this economy.
Senator Lyder.
And now you cut, and foreign direct investment runs out. Madam President, in conclusion, given that there are so many others that have spoken before me and seeing how really narrow this debate is, a mere 3 months after a budget presentation, it is clear that this government, and more specifically the Ministry of Finance, miscalculated and understated the size of the deficit of fiscal 2021. The deferral of payments from fiscal 2021 will inevitably lead to an understatement of our current year financial deficit, and the minister indicated was targeted at $9.1 billion. After listening to my colleagues, it is clear that the money has come from somewhere, and I shudder to think if this year the government will once again effect drastic cuts to the education, to ADB, or to refinance key debt obligations. It is clear, this shows that the government's lack of planning, lack of control on spending, and the lack of imagination to create income from Trinidad and Tobago when we see them removing funds from areas such as agriculture and industrial parks that were earmarked for diversification of the economy outside of the oil and gas sector. I conclude by declaring my concerns with the way this government has been mishandling the finances of our nation. Concerns with the mounting recusals for personal benefits while stakeholders are marginalized.
Senator Lyder, at this stage, you have 1 more minute, but I will ask you now to please discontinue your contribution. Okay? Senator Deyalsingh. Senator Lyder, if I could point out that this is not the place to be shouting as you just did, I would ask you please to apologize. I'm awaiting your apology, Senator Lyder.
To whom am I apologizing to, Madam President?
Apologizing to the Senate for your outburst just now, and to me. So will you please apologize?
I apologize to you, Madam President, and to the Senate as well, too. Thank you for your consideration.
Senator Deyalsingh.
Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to partake in this debate. And Madam, I must say, anytime we have to discuss finances, the economy, I realize that the government has a task in this COVID times, in these times where it's economic hardships, not just here, but worldwide, globally. We have seen in the United States, inflation increasing, prices of goods, prices of services, prices of supermarket items. I mean, people are complaining in the United States. So it's just not a matter of Trinidad and Tobago, but it's a global problem brought on by the COVID. So therefore, how our government plans to tackle the social fallout, how our government plans to maneuver the funds to see how they can best put funds where it belongs. This is a task that it's a bit challenging, because what may have worked before, now with COVID, with the extension, it may be very challenging. While we thought COVID would have ended after a year, 2 years, it's there still. And there are challenges right through in different ministries which may need to get funds from other departments which are not using it. So in short, we are looking at this it's really a procedural nature we are having this debate this morning because the funds are already spent. It comes like a movie I saw, Back to the Future. Well, we can't really go back and change it, but we have to look and see that in this unprecedented times, we have to see that transfers were made, and I'm hoping that I'm allowed to look at some of the reasons for savings that were given and some of the reasons that the funds were transferred to different departments. And just to get an idea if I am in a sort of agreement or have something to add to it. So looking at this variation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2021, we have seen now is $574,889,840 would have been needed to be moved from different departments. And it really went to three major areas: the Judiciary, Personnel Department, and the Ministry of Social Development. And Mr. Vice President, I must say, looking at some of the reasons given for this transfer, I have seen rental and lease of buildings, some government buildings, some buildings from government institutions, and some from the judiciary. So we may not be able to tell the judiciary who to rent from, where to rent, because they are independent institutions. But even if the government, as a stakeholder, they must learn to negotiate, just as how private individuals have negotiated with tenants and landlords. The government, any sort of rental agreement, so the fact that they disperse funds, the government should at least tell us, hey, we are negotiating rental agreements with whoever we are renting from to see if we could negotiate or renegotiate prices in this time. And I think it's something that the population will feel nice to know that, it's good fiscal management to say, listen, we have to bring down prices that we are paying for rental. So this is something I've seen the common thread of rental expenses, and I'm thinking we could somehow get a little relief from that. When I looked at the variation of the appropriation, I looked at the government assistance for GATE. I think at the end of fiscal year 2020, a balance of deposits remained available in the GATE fund. And as a result, the entire sum allocated for deposit to the fund in fiscal 2021 was not utilized. What I must say, sir, is that GATE, I think, is very important. And when we have any sort of problems to balance a budget, we may decide to cut certain funding to GATE. And it was, I think, a bit unfair that the GATE allocation to senior citizens were somehow tapered off in the past. And we have seen in this presentation that, the senior citizen grant is there. And we have to realize we have an aging population. And even if we are taking money from GATE, I most respectfully want to say that probably the Minister of Finance and Education, and we have to reconsider next time taking funds from GATE. I think Senator Deonarine made mention to the fact that if you take money out, this should have been remained there for the next year. And I predict probably next year, when the universities and the classes and the technical institution, UTT, have come on board with a fully functional system by doing, via computer, people can now take classes via their social, they can take classes via the internet. I think the GATE funding is something that we should at least ensure that we have that money is in there. So as Senator Deonarine was asking, would that money be put back in? Because I predict that soon persons will access it as there are more online classes. University persons had dropped out. We have seen university themselves, the University of West Indies themselves were kind of looking to see how they could offer classes. But I've seen classes back online now, and I'm seeing a lot of courses offered. So therefore, GATE approval has to be taken into account there. So Mr. Vice President, I would like to look at the explanation of transfers 2020, and I want to just make some comments about these things. Looking at the judiciary, the head 03, judiciary, where it was one of the reasons for transfer to facilitate the payment of electricity bills in respect of courts located in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I don't know who actually pays the electricity for the court, if it comes out of a government fund or because the judiciary as an independent institution may have their own fund for that. But what I'm saying, sir, is coming here today, I saw all the lights on outside in the veranda. Broad, it is, all the bulbs, the lights were on. And I wondered, if you're looking at electricity, if you're looking at good fiscal management, I remember Central Bank had all their lights on the night sometimes, and I wondered why that cost factor. So somehow we may have to, Minister of Finance may have to tell the other departments, look at what's happening in the night. Are we wasting electricity? Are we now adding to that burden to the taxpayer to have to pay this? When I looked at also, sir, looking again, judiciary, the reasons for savings and arrangement for filling vacant positions on the contract establishment was not finalized. I'm thinking that, being an independent institution, I thought they would have had their fund to do that themselves, to make their own contracts. So I'm not sure about where that would have come out from, if it would have been taking funds from the judiciary or given them if they requested more. When I looked at statutory authorities, service commissions, that's Head 07, facilitated the purchase of 7 laptops, computers. So throughout this, we have seen reasons for transfers, and I have no problems with, especially now in the COVID. We know that the laptops, the computers, it is really essential part of how government does business. We have seen the Minister of Information and Technology would have told us that they are setting up systems in place. So therefore, any transfers given throughout the whole, the explanation of transfers, I support that once it is the laptop, the computers, because that is the way we are now handling our activities during the COVID and post-COVID. We will have to go with this. Also, when I looked at the reasons for the savings, and again, the common thread right through was the curtailment of activities because of the pandemic. So part of the benefit of the pandemic probably was also to cause this curtailment, which actually give us that extra money to put elsewhere. Coming down the list, Head 07, Tax Appeal Board, again, installation of computer, all these things has to be supported. The Office of the Prime Minister, Head 13, reasons for transfer, to me, the costs associated with the care and upkeep of children accommodated at community residences over the period June-September 2020. Now, so what I must say, during the COVID, we have seen increase in domestic violence, we have seen increase in child abuse. So this is very important here. So any funding that goes towards this, because remember, we may not have predicted during the COVID, we would have had more cases of child abuse. So in 2020 and 2021, all those factors that we have, children are calling in, children are getting more depressed. And the funds that were given to enable the Children's Authority to meet its operational expenditure at the end of fiscal 2020, all these things I support, and I think anything that will help our children, anything that will help our children in this pandemic should be supported, and I have no problems in that funding going there. When I looked at also the reasons for saving, now I'm looking at the Ministry of Finance, Head 18, the reasons for saving, and I looked at the second paragraph there, the COVID-19 pandemic delayed the engagement of consultancy services which were required for the divestment of state enterprises. So good, we saved. But you see, what I'm saying is that we were probably, it is really, really important that the state enterprises, the divestment of state enterprises, be handled in a manner that, would be to the benefit of the country. So I was thinking probably the engagement of consultancy services could have been done, online. I don't know if they would have had to make field visits, which could have been compromised in the COVID time. But even though it would have been a time even people were home, you would have been able to interview personnel to make some recommendations how you're going to divest the state enterprises. So I was wondering, couldn't that have continued? Because remember, time is running. If you find a state enterprise is serving as a parasite on the taxpaying public, we would have benefited if the consultants were there to say this is the best way forward. When I looked at also another reason for saving is the continuous review of the food support program has resulted in the reduction in the number of persons meeting the qualifying criteria for food cards. Now, this has some sort of contention out there. I had patients who they said that suddenly the government stopped their food cards, and they started to say that so politics comes into it. But again, the Minister of Family and Social Services did mention there were a lot of irregularities, and we know there were irregularities existing before. And her attempts to clean up this, I think, is commendable. But she has to realize that those persons who are denied food cards, who feel aggrieved, give them a forum where they could probably vent. Because they come to me in clinics to vent, thinking I can help. I say, you're speaking to the wrong Deyalsingh. You're speaking, I'm not a minister. But so they have to get some way there that those persons could their food cards, they wouldn't think the government is taking away from that.
So, Senator, so I've been listening to you, and you're going relatively deeply into things that don't find themselves in the bill that's before us. If you take a look at the bill itself, you will notice it lays out 3 different heads and monies that are transferred accordingly. What I would need you to do is to keep it tightly to what is before us in relation to the bill itself. You do not need to go deeper as you're going now. What I would also like you to do is to, if you're coming with new points outside of what has already been stated by every contributor that has gone before you, I invite you to do that now, because you will find yourself in 1, tedious repetition if it is you repeat what they said, and 2, you would find yourself outside of the relevance of what is before us if you continue along the lines that you're going now.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I was just attempting to I've seen the reasons why, they were given for savings and transfers. So as part of my discussion, I was trying to see if some of those monies given, like for savings, if I may be permitted to say, if I think it was in a good way, a bad way, if somehow the finance ministry, part of their savings, part of their transfer was, lacking in such way. Because even though we have these total figures allocated to the judiciary, I would have wanted to peruse the information given, where it came from, to see if it was actually something that I am in agreement with, to agree with the total figure.
No, so it's either you respond to what has gone before by way of arguments put forward, or you introduce new points.
Yes. Well, yes, sir. So some of the new points I would look at, because I think nobody mentioned the fact that the Head 22, Ministry of National Security, they actually...
So, Senator, that's what I'm talking about. So we're talking about the judiciary, we're talking about the personnel department, we're talking about the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. You do not need to go further in relation to the Ministry of National Security or anything as such. Again, I'm going to ask you, if you have new points in relation to those 3 things that I just mentioned, you can talk about that now. Just be mindful of tedious repetition, and also be extremely mindful of relevance.
Thank you, sir. I must make mention, sir, that when I looked at as I say, the explanations for the transfers, it was made mention that social services would have taken a lot. I think it was almost 5 billion, more than 5 billion, and from and needed that. And I want to make mention the fact that we would have had to give out that money to our citizens, who would have been, put under unemployed citizens, citizens who were strained, disabled individuals, senior grants. And I'm saying the senior grants, I must say, is that if we are having an increase in an aging population, this is something we have no choice but to continue increasing as the years go by. Social assistance grants, again, the Minister of Family and Social Services actually mentioned that it was challenging to see how those persons were, were able to exist. And I remember, sir, when I was younger, I used to pay $6 to go take a taxi, go and buy 2 doubles of Red Soul and come back home. Now a doubles is $6. So the cost of living, these grants would definitely help the dwindling middle class. It will definitely help to go towards the relief that the citizens needed. And I remember once, sir, the Prime Minister said that Trinidad cannot be a welfare state. But as we realize, with the COVID, we have no choice but to continue giving out these services. And I have to commend the Minister of Family and Social Services for her work in trying to disperse these funds, trying to at least get the funds to those in need. And for every person she gives, there are people waiting out there, waiting for food cards, waiting for these reliefs. And it's a situation out there. I think she has to realize that it's challenging, and to make that money balance, to get rid of the dead persons, she said, that are on the list. All these are challenges that we face, and her cleanup activities certainly will go a long way in helping us at least get the funding going towards persons who really needed it. When I looked at, sir, the fact that monies were taken from health, and I would want to say that, sir, in these challenging times, the COVID has given us the problem where more monies would be needed in health. Because remember, it's not just...
So again, Senator, you're being cautioned in relation to
relevance. We're focusing on something very specific. And so there's a lot of stricture in this particular debate. You're not going to be allowed to go outside of that. So if you have anything else you want to add in relation to what is before us, I invite you now to do so. If not, well then you're going to have to consider wrapping up.
Well, sir, I think one Senator Lyder had mentioned the fact that the concerns he had with agriculture, with funds being taken out from the agricultural ministry. And because he raised this in this debate, I would also like to factor in a bit on this, because I think the main driver for inflation, as Senator Lyder put it, I think the main driver is really food prices, especially prices of fruits and vegetables. So as he mentioned that, the fact that agriculture has to be somehow given that support, and I must say I must agree with his comments in the sense that I'm thinking that this is something I'm thinking that we have to commend what the ministers have done before in agriculture, what they are doing in microenvironment in South, and as it were, I am happy we were able to get funding for the judiciary and for the social services, but I'm, on the other hand, a little unhappy that it came from agriculture. So this is all I wanted to say. I wouldn't go into the details how it came out, but that is something I have to say that taking it out from different areas, I would have probably supported, but not coming out from agriculture, not coming out from health, even though it went into these ventures that are there. So I must also make mention, sir, that two speakers mentioned the Vanguard Hotel in Tobago. And it was, I think the Minister of Finance mentioned that they had to refinance the loan. I think Senator Lyder mentioned this. And by mentioning this, I want to just say that this hotel, financing this loan, it was really set up by private business enterprise, the government bail them out. And I guess, look, we are still reeling, the taxpayers are still being forced to try to bail out the Vanguard Hotel, which is...
So, Senator, like I said, because of your positioning and where you are in the debate right now, and you just stated that other members would have mentioned it, you're going to run into tedious repetition in relation to that. What I am looking for very specifically, and it's the last time I'm going to raise to my legs to say it, is anything absolutely new at this particular point. It's not a very long bill, and it's very, very specific. And so when I'm saying that I'm looking for something new, that's exactly what I need in order for you to be able to continue.
So, sir, I'm looking at the transfers to the judiciary, and I've seen the transfers to the judiciary is to enable the payment of contract gratuity to persons whose contract has come to an end, and also to meet the principal and interest payment for a UDICOT loan to develop the waterfront, to outfit the waterfront. So what I'm looking at, the money is given to judiciary. I have, saying, full support to getting the judiciary to function properly. The money is given to the social services, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, for senior citizens, public assistance, disability grants. Again, I have full support for that. The reservation of rental, I said we need to look at the rental arrangements sometimes. And as I conclude, I want to say we really need, we are in a sort of socio-economic crisis, and we need structural reforms needed. The government has to be the driving force behind this. And I'm saying that we need the government to get this right, not just for their managing the fiscal management purposes for bookkeeping, but also for the citizens who would really feel the brunt of what's happening. I see ammonia prices rising. I see some optimism. I have some cautious optimism, and I give the Minister of Finance, all my prayers to see if he can get us out of this difficult situation. Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. It is obvious to me that the narrow parameters of this debate were not fully appreciated by honorable senators. I just want to make the point that the information circulated to honorable senators regarding the transfer of funds between subheads has absolutely nothing to do with the matter before the Senate. And to correct the record, I heard commentary with respect to funding being removed from the Ministry of Agriculture to allow the supplementation of the three heads that we are looking at, which is the Judiciary, the Personnel Department, and the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. That is completely incorrect. No money was taken from the Ministry of National Security. No money was taken from the Ministry of Health. No money was taken from the Ministry of Agriculture or any of the ministries mentioned in the document that gave, for the information of senators, information on the transfer of funds between heads. I want to repeat that. No money was taken from health, national security, agriculture, or any of the other heads in the informational package given to senators. Not 1 cent. What we're about today is looking at the transfer of funds from 6 sub-items in Head 18, Ministry of Finance, only. So the only area where money was taken from was Head 18, Ministry of Finance, nowhere else. So that the contribution of Senator Lyder, who I understand kept carrying on about, we took money from agriculture, was completely unwarranted, unfounded, baseless, and without any merit whatsoever. Let me go now to the heads from whence the money came. 0400101 sub-item, contribution to the Caribbean Development Bank. $15 million was not required for that expenditure in fiscal 2021 and was therefore utilized or is being utilized to retire advances from Treasury deposits for the three heads: Judiciary, Social Development, Personnel Department. 04-00917, Government Assistance for Tuition Expenses. At the end of fiscal 2020, a balance of deposits remained available in the Gate Fund. As a result, the entire sum allocated for deposit to the fund in fiscal 2021 was not utilized. Now, I would have thought that that was self-explanatory, but clearly Senator John doesn't think so. So that I will explain. As I indicated, the Gate Fund is a rolling fund. So in fiscal 2020, the sum of $435 million was allocated for deposit to the Gate Fund to meet the cost associated with students attached to tertiary level education institutions. However, as we all know, the whole country knows that in March 2020, something occurred called the COVID-19 pandemic. And all of us who live in Trinidad and Tobago, including Senator John, know that as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the public health regulations that were published as a result of the pandemic, a number of tertiary education institutions were closed. And therefore, the demands on funding from GATE in fiscal 2020 were not realized. As a result, the sum of $81.6 million, being the balance in the GATE Fund in 2020, was carried forward to the fund at the beginning of fiscal 2021. So the GATE Fund began the year with a credit balance of $81.6 million. There was an appropriation, $400 million for fiscal 2021. And of this amount, when you add the $400 million appropriated in fiscal 2021, plus the $81.6 million balance standing to the credit of the fund, the amount of money available for GATE in fiscal 2021 was $481.6 million. But the expenditure based on the actual requests coming from tertiary level institutions, because again, in fiscal 2021, the pandemic continued. When I listen to some contributions from members on the opposition benches, it is as if they don't live in Trinidad and Tobago, as if they're not aware that there's something called the COVID-19 pandemic that is still with us. And in 2021, there were a number of restrictions which affected the operations of tertiary level institutions, so that the $81.6 million credit that was carried forward into the fund plus the $400 million made $481.6 million available, but only $400 million was required. So at the end of the fiscal year, there was an available balance of $80 million, which could be then transferred for other purposes, other important purposes, such as the funding for social grants, senior citizens, pension, and so on. But at no time was there thousands of students being denied assistance for GATE. That is just preposterous. So I wanted to put that on the record. All of the requirements for GATE, all of the requests for funding for GATE in fiscal 2021 were satisfied, because we had more than enough money in the fund because of the reduction in the operations of tertiary level institutions in fiscal 2021 because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So that clears up that GATE matter. That theory that came from Senator John has no foundation whatsoever. The Agriculture Development Bank. I am advised that the $25 million that was allocated to the Agricultural Development Bank at the beginning of the fiscal year was not required. The Agricultural Development Bank granted 747 loans in fiscal 2021 in the sum in aggregate of $102 million. So this theory that the ADB somehow was constrained, hamstrung, punished because this $25 million was not released to the ADB is just nonsense. Let me repeat that. In fiscal 2021, the Agricultural Development Bank made 747 loans in an aggregate total of $102 million. And the money did not come from the Ministry of Agriculture. In fact, the Ministry of Agriculture had more than enough money available to it in fiscal 2021. There was no shortage of funds in the Ministry of Agriculture. There was no effect on agriculture with respect to the non-release of this $25 million to the ADB. None whatsoever. In fact, we ended off the year with more than enough money for the Ministry of Agriculture from the various allocations available to the Ministry of Agriculture, its primary allocation, and also the allocation within the Ministry of Finance, which is specifically for the Ministry of Agriculture, which was used for all of the things that members opposite have inaccurately alleged were not available for agriculture in 2021. This allocation was in the Ministry of Finance for disbursement to the ADB for on-lending to its clients, but the ADB was able to manage its business properly during 2021 and therefore did not require this funding from the Ministry of Finance. Nothing to do with any sort of starvation of money for the agriculture sector or the Ministry of Agriculture. Absolutely nothing. With respect to Community Improvement Services Limited, that's another area where 14.889 million was not required in fiscal 2021 and then became available for the personnel department, for the judiciary, for social grants and so on. That is simply because there was a court matter in 2021 and the parties agreed with the court that they would enter into mediation so that an allocation had been made in anticipation of an award of the court in this sum, $14.8 million, against Community Improvement Services Limited, which is a non-functional company. It is a company that has not had any active operations now for several years and is now engaged in its winding up process, which includes settling litigation. So in fiscal 2021, it was anticipated that Community Improvement Services would have to make provision in the amount of $14.8 million to deal with a court judgment, but the matter went into mediation, and by the end of the fiscal year, the mediation process was still ongoing, and therefore the $14.8 million was not required. It's not that $14.8 million was supposed to be spent on infrastructure work in communities. I want to debunk that right away. This is a non-active company. It has not been active for years. This money was for a court matter, which was not required during the fiscal year and therefore available for transfer to the three areas that I've spoken about. With respect to other matters raised by honorable members opposite, it's very, very difficult, Madam President, very, very, very difficult to make head or tail of contributions coming from Senator Mark. It's almost impossible because this is a very narrow debate. It was not open to me to go into all sorts of adventures in terms of the outcome of the fiscal year in 2021, the deficit, the debt management, the revenue for 2021, the expenditure for 2021. That was not open to me, Madam President, under the standing orders. This is a very, very narrow debate. And therefore, it was my responsibility to deal with these items, the 6 items where money was not spent in finance that were then available to retire treasury deposits that were required to finance critical expenditure in judiciary, personnel department, and social development. It's not available to me to go all over the place in an adventure. I am sure, Madam President, that if I had done that, you would have certainly stopped me. And I was very well aware that there should be no mention whatsoever of transfers between heads, because that is not before us. So that it is difficult to respond to Senator Mark, because Senator Mark makes all sorts of statements that just make no sense. So that I am simply dealing with the matters at hand. And that is the number of heads here, the fact that this expenditure was not required, and the fact that this money was needed by the other 3 areas, and that we were able to finance this expenditure, the expenditure in the Ministry of Social Development, very, very important expenditure. We were able to finance the expenditure in the judiciary. In each case, there was a rational explanation. In the case of the judiciary, as we all know, if you've been paying attention, has been seeking to expand its operations over the last several years, engaging and hiring new judges, magistrates, masters of the court. In fact, if one were following what was going on, a significant number of masters have been brought on into the system within the judiciary over the last several years. So the judiciary has expanded its operations. And therefore, even though each ministry and department is required to try and live within its allocation, this is the direction given by finance to everyone. This is your allocation, try and manage it. Try and live within it. We found, as we got towards the middle of the year, that there were some inescapable expenses within judiciary, personnel department, and social development that we had to fund. And that is why we used the mechanism of treasury deposits, which is quite standard, to temporarily finance these arrangements. And then we look for, at the end of the year, whether we had in fact spent all of the funding that we had appropriated at the beginning of the year. So, Madam President, I think I have explained everything that is needed to be explained. I wanted to make the point to Honorable Senator Deonarine that some of these items are just not available for movement to other places. I want to make the point in particular with respect to the funding for the ADB, that funding simply was not required. The ADB was able to manage its own business. I want to make the point that the GATE fund did not suffer in any way. I want to make the point that the $25 million that was allocated for the ADB but was not required was not needed to be transferred to the Ministry of Agriculture, because we had made available a fund of $500 million for the Ministry of Agriculture in fiscal 2021. And this year we've made available a special fund of $300 million, which is disbursed from the Ministry of Finance. So there was absolutely no need to transfer that money from the ADB to agriculture, because agriculture had more than enough financing available to it. So, again, I don't want to expand the items that we are dealing with today. I think I have done as best as I can in terms of responding to the relevant questions that were asked by honorable members opposite. I hope I have corrected the record in terms of why we are here, and I hope I've corrected the record in terms of the mistaken belief that money was taken from a number of ministries like national security, health, etc., to deal with this expenditure. That did not happen, in fact, in terms of the Ministry of Health. Just to deal with a comment made by Senator Deyalsingh, every cent that the Ministry of Health required during fiscal 2021, we in the Ministry of Finance made arrangements to make that money available. Because we consider in this pandemic the Ministry of Health to be number one, so that whether it was appropriated or whether we used loan financing, which is what we do to pay for pharmaceuticals in large measure, we made sure, whether it was to purchase vaccines, whether it is to engage temporary staff, you would have heard about that earlier today, whether it's to purchase ventilators, whether it's to purchase medication, whether it is to provide goods and services to our public health systems, whatever the Ministry of Health required within fiscal 2021 was made available to it, because that is the number one priority of this current government of Trinidad and Tobago. So I just wanted to clear up all of that. And with those few words, Madam President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of Sums, the issue of which was authorised by the Appropriation Financial Year 2021, Act 2020, and varied by the Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2021, Act 2021, be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of Sums, the issue of which was authorised by the Appropriation Financial Year 2021 Act 2020 and varied by the Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2021 Act 2021.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam President. In accordance with Standing Order 57-2, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of Sums, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2021, Act 2020, and varied by the Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation, Financial Year 2021, Act 2021, not be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of Sums, the issue of which was authorised by the Appropriation Financial Year 2021 Act 2020 and varied by the Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2021 Act 2021 not be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate. Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of Sums, the issue of which was authorised by the Appropriation Financial Year 2021 Act 2020 and varied by the Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2021 Act 2021 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of Sums, the issue of which was authorised by the Appropriation Financial Year 2021 Act 2020 and varied by the Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2021 Act 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, February 8, 2022 at 10 a.m. Madam President, we propose on that date to deal with, there are 10 motions on the order paper dealing with the procurement regulations, and we intend to deal with those motions. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for two matters to be raised. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the first matter that I would like to bring to the Senate's attention through you is the need for the government to address the lack of burial spaces at cemeteries in Princestown. Now, Madam President, it was drawn to my attention that there appears to be emerging a crisis as it concerns burial spaces in the Princestown region. So, under this current administration, with the COVID pandemic and the number of citizens who are perishing, there seems to be a shortage of, as I said, burial spaces. So the living is experiencing crisis, and the dead seem to be also experiencing challenges because there's no room for many of the dead to be buried peacefully. So both the living and the dead seem to be under pressure. So, Madam President, I have brought this matter to the attention of the Senate to get from the relevant government minister what measures are being taken by the government to address this situation affecting the people of Princestown and its environs. From the data I have been able to gather, Madam President, the following is noteworthy. Madam President, I have been advised that there are some 23 named cemeteries in the Princestown Regional Corporation. And based on the data I have been able to gather, some of these plots located in these cemeteries seem to be reaching what I call crisis levels in terms of the remaining spaces. And in this regard, Madam President, I will just bring to your attention the following areas where we need to pay attention. And the government needs to intervene to provide this corporation with more land space or spaces so that the dead can rest in peace. Madam President, from the information that has come to my attention, it appears that in one particular area called Busy Corner, that is the name of the cemetery, the number of plots, 300. The numbers utilized, Madam President, 250. The remaining is 50, Madam President. In the area called Laloon, 65 plots are available. 50 have been utilized. There is only 15 remaining, Madam President. In a place called Bastia, Madam President, 240 plots available, 200 have been utilized, 40 unutilized at this time. Madam President, in a place called Komuto, there are 635 plots, 520 have been utilized, and there is only 115 remaining, Madam President. You go to a place called Indian Walk, Madam President, 783 plots are located there. As we speak, 703 have been utilized, and there's a remaining 80. St. Clements, Madam President, 200 plots available for burial purposes. 200 have been utilized. There is none available, Madam President, for burial. And we go to a place called Taylor, Madam President. 653 plots, 549 utilized. You have just 109 remaining. So, Madam President, I have brought this matter, and I said I don't want to go through each area because there are 23 areas that I have before me. But I think I have made the point as to the emergent situation affecting the residents and the citizens of the Princestown Regional Corporation. And I have brought this to the attention of the Senate so that the relevant minister can be made aware, if he's not so as yet.
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So that this matter could be addressed and the people of this community called Princestown can bury their loved ones who required to be buried peacefully in the particular area that they need to conduct those services. So I look forward to the government dealing with this matter, and I suspect, Mr. Vice President, this matter will have to be addressed with the government intervening to provide further land spaces so that the Princestown Regional Corporation can begin the process of addressing what is emerging as a crisis of burial spaces in the Princestown Regional Corporation. So I look forward to the government addressing this matter and providing some kind of guidance as it relates to the future of the people who are affected by this development. I wish to thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I thank Senator Mark for bringing the motion, and this intervention is what I consider to be very timely, except that, Mr. Vice President, I would say that the issue in Princestown, as far as the government knows, is really connected to COVID-19 burial spots, because I can assure the community of Princestown, the municipality, that based on very recent discussions the Honourable Line Minister has had with that corporation, corporation has reported that in the 23 cemeteries within the Princestown Regional Corporation, there is currently not available 6,007 plots. So there is no issue of a crisis in Princestown, the region of Princestown, in relation to burial plots, because 6,000 represents a significant number that is available. Mr. Vice President, the responsibility for burial grounds in relation to the law falls within the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, and it is a matter that the ministry and the government has been addressing in relation to availability of burial spaces throughout the country. And I can say that very recently, in relation to the Princestown Regional Corporation, the government took steps to finalize arrangements which we met in 2015 and which were incomplete, and that led to the Islamic cemetery grounds in Barrackpore. We also, outside of Princestown, dealt with a long outstanding issue in the borough of Chaguanas by formalizing the grant of space to the Islamic community for a burial ground, and also additional land to the corporation for the expansion of the non-Islamic burial space. In fact, Mr. Vice President, Senator Mark is not incorrect in saying that some places have exhausted or have close to exhausting the space. Princestown is not one. And we are currently dealing with, for example, a request from the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force for additional space for military burials. They haven't indicated that there might be fewer than 20 spaces available in the cemetery on Long Circular. So the issue of burial spaces is something that the Line Ministry and the government as a whole has been dealing with, and it is something that we've been actively engaged in. I will say, Mr. Vice President, that in relation to COVID, there has been an issue with the availability of burial space for COVID deaths, not only in Princestown, across the country. The Line Minister, had a meeting on Thursday, January 13th, 2022, with the chairman, all the mayors, chairmen, and CEOs of the corporations, and this issue was discussed. And I could say at that meeting, the chairman of the Princestown Regional Corporation indicated that there were no issues regarding regular burial in the region. As I said, there are 6,007 plots available across 23 cemeteries. But the chairman did indicate that the number of spots for COVID-19 burials were depleting, and that had to do with the fact that about 45% of the population of that region are Hindus, and at that time, the Hindus who had died on account of COVID could not be cremated, so there was an increased demand for spaces in the COVID-designated burial areas for the Hindus. But, Mr. Vice President, it is a matter of public record that very recently that matter of the cremation, open cremation of the Hindu population, people who have passed away on account of COVID-19, has been resolved, and the ministry expects that there will be a shift from the demand for use of burial plots reserved for COVID deaths, among the Hindu community and a shift towards the preferred cremation, open-air cremation. And it is something that the government continues to monitor. Of course, there's no way of predicting what the COVID deaths would be. We all wish it would be zero. And it is something that the government as a whole and the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, particularly as the line ministry, continues to monitor. And as required, it is possible to expand the existing cemeteries in terms of state land or private land that is contiguous with existing cemeteries. It is also possible to expand the boundary line of the COVID designated areas so that we have increased plots. What, Mr. Vice President, as I close, I would say is that in some cases there have been the desire of families to have COVID deaths, family members dying as a result of COVID buried in their own family spaces, and this is not something that is easily accommodated, and that remains an issue of concern, I know, amongst families. But in terms of COVID deaths, I think we have made their own cooperation. There is absolutely no issue in relation to non-COVID or regular burials because there are 6,007 plots currently available across 23 cemeteries. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the second matter that I'd like to draw to your attention and bring to the attention of the Senate deals with the need for the government to explain the reasons why the telecommunication services of Trinidad and Tobago is seeking to engage in another round of restructuring or reorganization and the implications of such action on the company's workforce. Mr. Vice President, recently we read in the newspapers where the current Chief Executive Officer, one Mrs. Lisa Agard, wrote a letter to all major stakeholders in the company representing workers, both at the junior and the senior levels. You have the Communications Workers Union representing senior and junior staff, and of course you have the security workers or members of the security force represented by another group of, another union, I should say. So, having regard to the experiences we have had back in 2018, when I say we, the workers at TSTT, underwent, Mr. Vice President, a restructuring of this very important telecommunications giant in 2018, resulting in some 500 plus workers being retrenched, being removed from the company's operations. And here it is, Mr. Vice President, we're in 2022, and we are hearing about another round of restructuring, when initially, the first set of restructuring that took place, the company's management and directors would have had the workers believe that with 500 plus workers going home, there would be greater gains and efficiencies, which would not require further retrenchment of workers. So you could well imagine the tension that has arisen amongst the workers with this call to come in to discuss a further restructuring of TSTT. Mr. Vice President, we need to find out from the government what is the real objective behind this restructuring. Because from 2015, 2016, TSTT has been sliding. You have, Mr. Vice President, the government agreeing, or let me restructure that, or recast it. The TSTT Board of Directors bought a company called Massey Communications in 2015, somewhere between 2015 and 2017. It cost the taxpayers $215 million. When we did the research, this company that was purchased by TSTT was a loss-making company. It was not profitable. Why did the TSTT directors and management went and purchased that company is anybody's guess. That resulted in a drainage of critical resources and may have contributed to the restructuring of the company in 2018 and the laying off of close to 500 and above workers. They transformed this company, Massey Communication, into something called Amplia. And what has been happening, Mr. Vice President, is that over the last 4 years, all of the assets of value, lucrative assets, have been transferred from the company called TSTT into Amplia. And therefore, there appears, Mr. Vice President, to be some plan on the part of the management, directors, and I dare say the government to literally get rid of TSTT and put whatever assets there is into, as they have done, Amplia. Now, what this means, Mr. Vice President, is that there are two parallel tracks within this organization's operations. You have contract employees at Amplia, and you have the secured permanent workers in a place called TSTT. And sometimes there's a cross-fertilization, depending on the circumstances. Now, the company has been making losses, as was recorded in the last financial statement. And Mr. Vice President, in those circumstances, we want to find out from the government what is their real intention. What do they want to do with TSTT? Mr. Vice President, you know TSTT is 51% owned by the people of TNT and 49% owned by Cable and Wireless. But since Cable and Wireless bought Flow, they bought the assets of Flow. They are no longer on the board of TSTT. So TSTT has 9 directors. 5 supposed to come from TSTT, 51%, and 4 supposed to come from Cable and Wireless. Mr. Vice President, as we speak, there are no directors representing Cable and Wireless on this
Senator,
board.
you have 2 more minutes.
Right? So you have the government of Trinidad and Tobago essentially in charge of the running of the affairs of TSTT. So this is a company that is now owned almost 100% by the government, because the directorship is only government. But as we speak, there are only 5 members in operation. 4 of them have resigned. So, Mr. Vice President, I have brought this matter to this Honorable Senate today to get from the government their real intention. Is the government intention, Mr. Vice President, to privatize TSTT? Is the government's intention to retrench another 500 workers? What is the true objective of this government? And that is why we need to give the workers of that company and their representative unions some assurance that this so-called restructuring / reorganization of the company is not another round of retrenchment that they experienced just a few years ago. So hence the reason, Mr. Vice President, we are seeking clarification from the government as to the real intention and objective of this arrangement under the leadership of the TSTT management and the board of directors, and of course the government, which owns 51% of TSTT. So, Mr. Vice President, we seek clarification, we seek answers, we seek guidance so that the workers and the stakeholders and the customers of TSTT will have a good appreciation of where this company is going in the coming period. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, let me make 2 points at the opening. The first is to say that once again, Senator Mark creates this issue of privatization as a red herring whenever the government tries to streamline or bring increased efficiency or improve the management of resources available in the state sector. So it is not the intention of the government to privatize TSTT. It is not the intention at this time. But the concept of privatization in TSTT already exists. Senator Mark himself acknowledges that the government is a 51% shareholder. The other shareholding is held in private hands, so that it is not something that the government plans to introduce to TSTT. TSTT is already a partnership between the state and private ownership. Whatever the composition of the board, that has not changed in relation to the ownership of TSTT. The second point is that the government does not have a free hand in its dealings with TSTT because, as Senator Mark knows from his experience, the government is constrained by agreements with the other shareholder. But more importantly, TSTT is a unionized environment in respect of where the Communication Workers Union is a recognized majority union in respect of significant parts of the employment in TSTT. So what Senator Mark is quarreling about is simply the invitation by TSTT to the recognized majority union to discuss matters relating to TSTT. And that invitation is consistent with the existing collective agreement and good industrial relations practice. Had we not done that, we would have been here on a different motion, which would have been the failure of the government of TSTT to respect the existing collective agreement and or good industrial relations practice. Mr. Vice President, and the matter to be discussed should not be a secret to anybody. Senator Mark has said it himself. And the Minister of Public Utilities, in response to a statement made by the Member of Parliament for Princestown, Barry Padarat. Minister has said these discussions center around the loss of revenue by TSTT. And the loss of revenue by TSTT should not be too much of a secret. It is a matter of public record that the revenue has declined for a number of reasons, particularly during the COVID period. And the decline in revenue has to do with the previous cash cow. There was a time in this country when a call to Canada or the United States cost $6 TT per minute. Any one of us could make a call to the United States or Canada, someone there, for free, using one of the widely available apps, including WhatsApp, that is available to us. So that the revenue situation has to do with the change in the business performed by TSTT, and not only the phone call business, but the general IT business and internet business. It also has to do with the fact that this is not the telco and textile environment. TSTT faces competition not just from Digicel, but in every segment of the telecoms business that TSTT operates in. It faces locally based competition and also global competition like WhatsApp. So the loss of revenue and the change in circumstances over TSTT in its lifetime are matters that TSTT believes it should discuss with its recognized majority union, recognizing that, again, TSTT is not 100% owned or not even close to 100% owned by the state. Its partner is a private sector entity. Notwithstanding the 51%, government is constrained by having agreements with its co-owner, and also TSTT is constrained by the requirements of its collective agreement and good industrial relations practice. And as I close, it recognizes that TSTT operates in a highly competitive environment that is rapidly changing and that involves competition in each of its business segments from locally based and globally based businesses, including a simple thing as a free app called WhatsApp. Thank you very much.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, February 8, 2022 at 10 a.m. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, February 8, 2022 at 10 a.m.